Good morning. Call the meeting to order and announce that the board will meet in closed session at 8:30 a.m. and at 10:15 a.m. to address each item during that block of time. Call for public comment on closed session items.
There were no
Close the
comments.
public comment, recess into closed session.
Just confirming there were no public comments for items on closed session. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's 9:17 and the board did meet in closed session and no action was taken. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's special board meeting. Unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, state, or by legal mandate, including AB 361 board resolution, the Board of Education will resume full in-person board meetings beginning today, March 1st, 2022. Live streaming of the full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Special board meeting guidance. If a member of the public wants to comment about an item on the agenda, that will be heard before the scheduled public comment. The comment can be made at the time the item is heard by the board. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the board president and be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. With board consent, the president may decrease the time allowed for public comment depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard on a specific topic. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add per board bylaw 9323. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their individual total time beyond 3 minutes. For in-person public comments for items on the agenda, blue cards are available at the table outside of the boardroom for anyone who wishes to address the board regarding an item on the agenda. If you wish to address the board, complete a blue card. Please indicate the item on the agenda that you wish to address and hand it to a district staff member. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environments for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's rights to express ideas, opinions pursuant to applicable law and board policy. The board will not prohibit public criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all of our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask that when you're making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful that students may be watching. You're encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children and adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruption by individual group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. The Zoom audio public comments for items on the agenda. Public comments via Zoom are requested to be submitted by 8 a.m. the day of the special board meeting. Zoom audio public comments will be heard within the same time frame of the in-person public comments. For those indicating that they would like to speak during public comments using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At the time, your microphone will be unmuted. On your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap to unmute, your microphone will be live, and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of Zoom platform client to make public comments. If you don't have the latest version, you will not be able to make your live public comment. During your public comments through the Zoom audio platform, we will provide a remainder of 30 seconds before the end of your allocated time. A timer will be available on the screen. At the end of your comment time, you will be muted. The close of public comments. The board president will close public comments at the designated time on the agenda unless the end of the public comments is adjusted for a longer period of the time by the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board to keep the meetings efficient, effective, and respectful, and thank you. So the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Mr. Riley if you could please come on up. I know you just sat down to give the pledge. Thanks.
Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to call for public comment for items on the agenda. Yes, Mr. Ye, do we have any Zoom public? No, okay.
Good morning. Our first speaker is Christine Samara. Christian, I'm sorry. And next up is Ginger Cruz.
I have the floor.
Yeah,
Awesome.
go right ahead.
Thank you. My comment is in reference to the Elk Grove Unified School District strategic goals. I'll list it on page 2 of the ECE presentation. And I'd like to use part of my 3 minutes to read them aloud. Elk Grove Unified School District strategic goals. All students will receive high-quality classroom instruction and curriculum to promote college and career readiness and close the achievement gap. All students will benefit from the instruction guided by assessments, results, formative, interim, and summative, and continuous programmatic evaluation. All students will have adequate or equitable opportunity to learn in a culturally responsive, physically and emotionally healthy and safe environment. All students will benefit from programs and services designed to inform and involve family and community partners. I'm bringing up these strategic goals because currently my sons aren't included in all students because of their choice not to follow their arbitrary and harmful mask mandates. And I would apologize for stretching my topic to include something that's not specifically on the agenda, but I felt like I had no other choice. So, I needed to be heard as far, in conjunction with strategic goals, family and community engagement. The district encourages family and community engagement, but it feels as though we've kind of been hamstrung by the way that these meetings are scheduled and how the topics are chosen. A direct quote from the site: "We will increase confidence in Elk Grove Unified School District by providing opportunities to partner with all families in the community in ways that support both the academic success and the social emotional wellness of every student." The terms all and every should mean all and every, yet many of us haven't been given opportunities to voice our concern over one of the biggest topics in a generation. Mr. Superintendent, on the district site, you speak of the importance of an outward mindset. You contrast the harmfulness of an inward mindset, which is only focused on personal outcomes, and an outward mindset where we see others as people who matter. You went as far as to say to be open to the humanity of every person. Right now, my sons are being stripped of their humanity. Each day they get pulled from their classrooms in front of their peers. They're taken from their learning environments, from their teachers, from their friends. They are placed in segregated classrooms with minimal instruction. I'm very aware that the mask mandate's been lifted as of March 12th. Unfortunately, I've grown to mistrust the time frame of 2 more weeks. And I do know that it's still a district decision on whether or not that is something that we will do. Mr. Superintendent and board, I'm here today to request that Elk Grove Unified School District not only lift the mask mandate, but they do so immediately. I understand the gravity of my request, but I'm asking you to have an outward mindset. I'm not asking you to do anything I wouldn't do myself. I've put myself in your guys' shoes and understand the difficulty, and I don't envy your position. I imagine you're getting pressure on both sides, and I know that your decisions directly affect many people. However, I'm asking that the board, that you stand by your own district motto: every student, in every classroom, in every subject, and every day. My children are just as much as part of every student
Excuse me.
as any other child.
Excuse me, your time is up. Please wrap up.
A last statement. I'm here as a father who's immensely proud of his 2 sons and will do anything I can to stand by them. I'm asking that you recognize my children's humanity and the humanity of all students choosing not to wear masks, and return them to their classrooms with the option of mask choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ginger Cruz. Hopefully I pronounced your last name right. And up next is Matt Feaster.
California governor said starting today, masks are no longer required in schools. Why isn't that good enough for the Elk Grove Unified? Why aren't masks on the agenda today? Is it because you want to string this on forever? Is it because the teachers union wants more money before our children are unmasked? You said you were following the CDC, but when they changed guidelines, you deferred to the state health department. And now you're looking to the county health department. The kids have a very low risk. This is not about trusting the science. Our kids are being used as pawns in a political theater. We are 2 years into this pandemic. At this point, we're all aware of the risks of COVID. It is time for the people to have the freedom to decide what risks to take. Masks and vaccination should be a choice, not a mandate. Nobody wore masks at the Super Bowl. Why should our kids wear them at school? The guidelines were in place at the Super Bowl, but nobody followed them. However, our children are forced to follow the guidelines. They're not given a choice. Let the kids breathe again. Let them see each other's faces and hear their teachers. It is not healthy for them to wear masks all day. The toll on my children from all the COVID restrictions has been enormous. The school isolation, social isolation, and depression from lockdowns and Zoom school was horrible. Now that they're back in school wearing masks all day, the difficulties continue. They can't see their teachers' mouths when they're instructing class. Their voices are muffled. They can't see facial expressions, no smiles at all, not from teachers or their friends. My 8th grader was in the 6th grade when COVID hit. He missed all the end of the year activities that he had looked forward to his entire elementary career. He started 7th grade on Zoom. He didn't get to attend the ice cream social or jumpstart to make new friends at his new school. He didn't set foot on campus until the end of the year. Now he's in the 8th grade. He doesn't know what his teachers or any of the other students look like. He hasn't made new friends. If you can't see someone smile, how do you know if they're approachable? The school hasn't had any dances, and every time they plan an outdoor social gathering, they end up canceling it. Over the last 2 years, I've watched a semi-quiet kid become increasingly introverted, and it's because of COVID. How many kids have committed suicide because of this? What are you waiting for? An arbitrary date? We've waited long enough. We've been patient, and now it's on you and all of you. You're hurting our kids. It's called negligent infliction of emotional distress. We don't need social emotional services from you. We just need reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's time to do what's best for our children. Make masks a choice. Make the COVID vaccine a choice. Let the parents choose what is right for their own kids. Our kids don't have a union representing them, but they have rights as Americans. We all have rights.
Thank you.
Yes, we have one more public comment. Maybe Mr. May will come over.
Next speaker, Matt Feaster.
Good morning, board members. Superintendent Hoffman, thank you for allowing us to share this morning. I wanted to kind of tag on to what Mr. Zamora shared. When I think about the idea that we're placing the social and emotional development, the speech development, all of these things for our kids behind, some other concerns that really don't concern our kids in terms of their quote unquote safety in regards to this virus. This is not the first time I've been here talking about this. Mr. Fortuna, thank you for your, outward and progressive view in the midst of what's going on here. Basically, what I'm here to say today is that, Mr. Hoffman, when we sat together a couple of weeks ago and talked about all of this, and thank you for your time, it was my understanding that we were, as a board, as a district, we're saying we're going to trust the health experts on this, and we're going to do what they say. And so really, at this point, the state has done what they need to do. We're all waiting for the county. And then it does fall back on you all. And we understand that you have a choice. We understand that you can choose to keep our kids muzzled, to keep separating my son out of his classroom every day because he doesn't want to wear a mask anymore because it makes him hate going to school, a straight A student. who's involved in activities and all the other things that go along with that. He doesn't want to go to school anymore. And so he's made the choice to unmask. And now he's being segregated with Mr. Zamora's children into a classroom where the vice principal is treating them poorly as he's running that alternative classroom. And I will be talking to the principal at our school about that probably today. However, you all have a choice to continue to make that a reality for these kids. You all have that choice. It's within your power to choose to keep them masked. And so I'm here as a voter and as a parent who has had at any point in time 5 kids in the school district and a lifelong Elk Grove resident, asking that you please do the right thing and unmask our kids. If the state and the county go along with that same guidance, the state's done it, wait for the county. We ask that you would do that as well. It's enough. The data is pouring in about what this is doing to our kids. And if we all sit up in these seats and as parents and say that this is about the kids and we're for the kids and we're doing this for the kids and this is all about the kids, when are we going to take the totality of what's happening to the kids into account? So I'm just urging you at this point. My statement is please, please, please do the right thing and allow this mask mandate to expire for our kids so that those who choose not to wear a mask because it makes them hate school don't have to be sucked off into a separate classroom and mistreated by the vice principal of their school, who has also told me face to face that he's all about the kids. Thank you.
That ends our public comment.
At this time, I would like to close public comments. And then next item on the agenda is ethnic studies. And I'd like to call Ms. Darnell Black. Thank you.
Now I think I'm ready. Good morning, President Dr. Martinez Alier, members of the board, Ms. Nguyen, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm excited for the opportunity this morning to provide an update on ethnic studies, talk about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. So I am Danielle Black. I am a program specialist in curriculum and professional learning, also referred to as CPL. So when I mention that in my presentation, I'm talking about, I don't want to say the best department, but one of the greatest departments, the curriculum and professional learning department. So today, I have 2 goals with you, which is to define ethnic studies, recognizing kind of the basis, laying a foundation of what ethnic studies is, what the benefits are, what the outcomes are, and the principles, and then going into ethnic studies in Elk Grove Unified. So again, visiting where we've been, giving an update of where we are, and recommendations on where we should go. So I'm going to start again with what is ethnic studies, because when I say that word, people are going to have a different idea of what it is depending on their own experience, depending on what they've read or what they've seen. And so I think it's very important that we lay a foundation of what we mean when we say ethnic studies. And a lot of the information I'll be providing to you today comes from the ethnic studies model curriculum, which was approved by the State Board of Education. And so when we're talking about ethnic studies, there are 3 kind of key things I want you to keep in mind. Ethnic studies is for all students. Ethnic studies helps bring students and communities together. Ethnic studies is designed to benefit all students. That's not always what we think of sometimes when we hear that word, because that's not necessarily how it's been portrayed. But in the ethnic studies model curriculum, they outlined what they meant by ethnic studies. So Christine Sleater is one of the leading researchers around ethnic studies, has been doing it for decades. And she says, rather than being divisive, ethnic studies help students to bridge differences that already exist in experiences and perspectives. And the key is that we are allowing opportunities for those perspectives and experiences to be shared. And so when we talk about ethnic studies being for all students, It's looking at the process and the impact of the marginalization of different groups based on power systems. It's really having that conversation and recognizing that and validating and affirming those identities, not just of marginalized students, but of all students. When we talk about ethnic studies helping to bring students and communities together, as I mentioned, it's recognizing that we have these different racialized experiences, that ethnic differences are real and unique. We are not all the same. And in doing that, the goal is to build a greater understanding of communication across ethnic differences, and that we can reveal our commonalities as well that bring us together as individuals and groups. When people see me, it's not hard for them to know that I probably have a Black parent. What people might not know is that I'm also an enrolled member in the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. I've gone through a tribal ceremony to receive my Potawatomi name, which is Wabanasque, which means Bright Star Woman. Also, people might not know that I'm Filipino. And so when there was this rise in anti-Asian hate that was being televised and well known, I knew that personally, it might not affect me because no one's gonna look at me and assume that I'm Asian. But my mother, who looks like a small Asian woman, asked me, should I be concerned about going out? And so being a part of 3 different kind of groups that have both solidarity, but also conflict, it helps me understand more broadly how we are the same, but then also how we're different. And in ethnic studies class, if we allow students the opportunity to have these conversations, to explore their identities, then they will also grow with each other. When you talk about ethnic studies being for all students, because that also comes up, how are all students going to be able to feel comfortable in an ethnic studies class? Well, the idea is not just that we are looking at marginalized groups, but again, that we're looking at our own identity as well. And that is across the board. That if we also recognize, though, that for some of our students, they have experienced racism, they have experienced bigotry, and kind of validating those feelings that they have, that will also help the students who might not be part of a marginalized group understand their classmates better. We also want it to be culturally meaningful and relevant. That's important. And that if you actually open up and have these conversations, that is key for students. When we're thinking about our 9th grade ethnic studies class, that'll be kind of now the intro history social science class. So if they start having those conversations and building those skills and building that critical thinking in 9th grade, we'll see that make our world history class a better class, our US history class a better class, and our government and econ class. But also what's going to happen in those classes is reading and writing. So building those reading, writing, and thinking and speaking skills is going to help them across the board. And again, as I mentioned, really building that cross-cultural understanding that if we're having these classes, as we talk about the windows and the mirrors, that you're able to see yourself, grow in yourself, but then also recognize others. And again, we'll be building that in our ethnic studies class, but as we think about ethnic studies across the grade levels, these are things that we can start building early on as well. And then finally, this idea of equity and justice. Our students are, we are encouraging our students to be civically engaged and to be civic minded. And so as they're looking at the injustices that they might have seen historically, that will also help them lay the foundation for ensuring that they don't happen again. So as I said, it's important for us just to kind of get an idea of what ethnic studies is based on what came out of the framework, so that when they're having conversations in the community, we can really be clear on what we mean when we talk about ethnic studies. There are also some guiding values and principles. Again, this is coming from the history, social, or the ethnic studies model curriculum, that the foundational values of ethnic studies looks at the holistic humanization and critical consciousness. And this humanization includes the values of love, respect, hope, and solidarity. So again, looking at this course as the beginning in 9th grade of building community within our students, is that it's really set to cultivate empathy, to celebrate the marginalized groups that we often don't hear about, to center their stories that we don't often hear, so that we're not starting the story of the enslaved people in slavery, that we're not starting the story of America at Columbus. We're starting it before there. Also critiquing what we've seen in different power structures, like having that opportunity for students to really look at systems and have those discussions, to challenge the narrative that we know, to include, again, those stories that are not often heard, and then also to connect. So again, finding those opportunities to connect students to each other. We do have differences. We also have commonalities, but our differences don't mean that we have to be separate. The History Social Science Framework, which came out in 2016, provided a definition for ethnic studies for schools that were already having or thinking about having ethnic studies as an elective. And again, I think it's important that we know what the definition is. So if we hear something that doesn't quite sound right, we can go back to the documents provided by the state that identify when we're talking about ethnic studies, this is what we mean. First, that it's an interdisciplinary field. As I mentioned, there's opportunities for reading, writing, speaking, listening, and critical thinking. Skills we want our students to build across courses. And in this particular course, you are going to be looking at history, literature, economics, sociology, anthropology, and political science. And the idea is that it is providing some places, some things that are missing in traditional curriculum. Again, those stories and narratives that we don't hear, but also encouraging students to ask those questions, to critically engage in what they're doing. The idea is that we are empowering all students. So some of the criticisms or things that are out there is that certain students might feel uncomfortable learning about history, or they might feel like they're being blamed. But the point is that we are looking critically as historians as to what has happened in history, how that affects students now, how that affects families now, and not in a way to blame, but in a way to understand. And the biggest piece, I think, is that idea of the counter narrative. We know the story that is told. We're doing better because we got new curriculum 2 years ago that was more inclusive, but there's still more stories that need to be told and need to be included. And there's also this idea of how the human experience is complex. It really is not black or white. It really is very complex because people have multiple identities. I just identify 3 identities for me ethnically, but I have other identities as well that impact my thinking and what I do. And then finally, the central idea of the ethnic studies course, though, is to look at that historical struggle of communities of color, looking at intersectionality, and to challenge racism, discrimination, and oppression, and the systems that create them. This is what we want our students to do. We want them asking questions. We want them to be civically engaged. We want them to move forward when they leave us to do more. There are some outcomes to teaching ethnic studies, some goals. And when I looked at some of these, this is 5, there's about 8. I really started thinking about our graduate profile, how we want our students to think, plan, connect, communicate, and act. And so looking at some of these outcomes, when you're talking about pursuit of justice and equity, that's an action right there. That we want our students to be civically engaged. So they would have to be able to communicate and to plan to do that. So when we're looking at ethnic studies, or even just thinking about it as a concept, it does connect with the goals we have for our students when they leave us. And so there are some many benefits of ethnic studies that are research-based. And there's more recent research that this was released in 2021 from Dr. Christine Sleater and Miguel Zavala. And they saw that some of the benefits to ethnic studies is it helps students develop a strong sense of identity. So again, that self-identity. So that's for all students. That it helped with the social emotional wellness of students, because if you're having these conversations around historical struggles, if you're having these conversations around power systems, that will help students also understand their place in the world and why kind of things are the way they are, but also encouraging them to make that change. So now that they're kind of seeing what's happening, understanding historically what's happened, that will encourage them to become civically engaged, because they are going to want to see change. And we want that. We want the community involved in the class, and we want our students involved in the community. And again, having these conversations in the classroom with each other, you're going to have to build community to make that happen. It's going to need to be a safe space for that to happen. And so you're building that community culture that then will carry over into their other classes and hopefully building that culture within a school. So again, I wanted to take that time to really just lay the foundation for ethnic studies. Because when I first said ethnic studies, I'm sure there were some things that you were thinking about what it is, what the outcomes are, just really based on, again, your own personal experience or what you've heard or seen. So hopefully I provided a good foundation to kind of understand ethnic studies as we start talking about ethnic studies in Elk Grove. So I would like to start by saying we didn't get started with ethnic studies when they passed the Medina Bill in October. We have actually been looking at ethnic studies in the district since about 2016. At that time, the Curriculum Professional Learning Department was looking at our current course offerings because we already had a cultural studies course. We have a couple of African American studies courses, a Chicano studies course. So when they were first having the whispers around ethnic studies at the state level, we already had some courses in place. And we started looking at, do we already have a course that's going to meet the requirements of ethnic studies? So I was leading the work and putting together an ethnic studies subcommittee. I reached out to the current cultural studies teachers to kind of come on board. We also connected with the history project at UC Davis and also at Sac State, who was developing an ethnic studies program for Sac City Unified. So we met over the course of a year, and we really looked at the viability of ethnic studies as a graduation requirement in the district. So this again was before the legislation was passed. What we decided is we would start with an elective. And so we worked to draft a course for ethnic studies and to find instructional materials, that this would be an elective course that we could pass and then start trying it out, trying to see what ethnic studies look like in our district. So that took place between 2016 through January 2020 when we got the course approved. We were very excited to get ready to start doing some training around teachers teaching this course. This is the course as approved. So again, just when we hear there's an ethnic studies course, we might not be sure what that is. So as approved, this is the course that is available in Elk Grove. That it is designed to provide key language, historical lessons, and critical analysis skills. The goal is to cultivate an understanding necessary for social and political and educational engagement while developing those academic literacy skills. We'll be looking at an in-depth look at history through a thematic approach. Instead of chronological, as we normally take our history classes, this would be more thematic. And we took the book that we used for this course is Our Stories and Our Voices. That book was selected because it was designed for the Sac City Unified School District. So there's a lot of local stories in there. And that was a way to help students kind of connect ethnic studies more locally. So the elective was approved in 2020. So we know that date, January 2020. So the first course was set to begin in the fall of 2020. So when we did the first elective course, it was online. And so that was our experience. We had 2 schools that started the course, but it was all held online. And so that was an interesting experience because one of the things about an ethnic studies class is that building of a culture and a community. They were able to do it, but it made it just a little bit more difficult as we were thinking about how we're going to roll out ethnic studies district-wide. Just very quickly, the course outline as approved, as we can see, it looks at initially introducing ethnic studies. So what is ethnic studies? What is the history of ethnic studies? Where did it come from? And then it moves into indigeneity. So people might have seen that word and not known for sure what it meant. So let's take an opportunity to define it. It's the recognition of the sovereignty of the indigenous nations on whose land teaching is taking place, as well as identities, ancestral roots, and intergenerational legacies of students in the classroom. So again, it really is starting at that. We're not starting about when Columbus got here. We're starting to talk about the groups that were already here, but also into the present of what they still have to offer, what they still experience. So it's bringing that kind of full circle. And then we have a chapter on coloniality and dehumanization, hegemony, which is another word that might not be familiar, but it's the dominance of one group over another, often supported by legitimating norms and ideas. So this idea that we identify certain things as being the norm, but it might not apply to all. So even thinking about in the state of California, where we had to pass the Crown Act for African Americans to be able to wear their hair the way they want to wear their hair and still be considered professional. Because in process, we identified one way as being professional. And so this is that idea of hegemony where there's the dominant group gets to decide what's normal for everybody else. So it's really providing that opportunity for students to interrogate that, how that might be displayed in the media, but also how it might be displayed in some of our school rules or our school practices. And then you do get to transformation and regeneration. So it's not all doom and gloom and trauma. That exists and it's there, but let's talk about how we have seen groups persevere, how we have seen groups move forward, working within the system, but then also busting the system open. And also within there is that idea of solidarity. How do we have groups working together to make change? And finally, it is only a one semester elective course. The goal is though that students will participate in a youth participatory action research, meaning they identify a problem in their community and they come up with solutions to solve it. Now they might not be able to enact those solutions, but it's getting them started in the process of identifying a problem, doing your research, and coming up with a solution. And then as I mentioned, the book we picked, Our Stories and Our Voices, it's separated into 4 chapters that pretty much align to the course outline. So they have Inventing Images, Representing Otherness, Ghosts of the Platte Path, A Glimpse of California, and Solidarity. So again, these are a series of essays by a wide variety of people. So you have college professors in there, but you also have student work in there. There's cartoons, there's smaller articles. There's a lot in there that will help students connect to what's being taught in a way that's easy for them to access. So going back to Elk Grove, as I mentioned, we were able to get the course approved. We had a book, we were ready to go. Teachers who were going to be teaching ethnic studies were invited to participate in training. And then we had COVID. And so that meant that we were going to start the school year online. And so as I mentioned, we did have 2 schools that participated in teaching the course. Those teachers were provided support to each other, opportunities to get together. And then we moved into this most recent school year. We had 4 schools opt in to teach the course. So it's still an elective in our district. But we have lots of different schedules in our district. And so also trying to figure out how this course is going to be best taught depending on what schedule your school is on. Again, it's still an elective in our district. So oftentimes when we're thinking about what our next steps are going to be, we look to other school districts to kind of see what path they have taken. So with ethnic studies nearby, in 2016, Sac City Unified decided that it would become a grad requirement starting in 2020. What's key here is that they started in 2016 and then gave themselves 4 years before it became a graduation requirement. Again, so they had time to see how the course would work, time to train the teachers, and time to make that transition for students and families. San Juan Unified doesn't have it as a graduation requirement, but they're currently enrolling all of their 9th graders into the course. Again, it's not a requirement yet for them, but they were enrolling all of their 9th graders. Twin Rivers, I know this year I've had some collaboration with them. They are working to develop a course and kind of create their own curriculum and get it as a grad requirement. I will be interested to see how that plays out for them in the coming year, but that was their current model. Stockton Unified started with a pilot course in 2017. They hired an ethnic studies teacher on special assignment to really start doing that work, designing their curriculum, designing their course, and providing professional learning. It's still not a graduation requirement in Stockton yet. And then I put Salinas Unified in there because I had started working with them as well early on around 2018 when I was working with the subcommittee. And they were kind of fast tracking getting the course as a graduation requirement, I believe within 2 years. And I bring them up though, because their board had approved the course as a graduation requirement. It was already a graduation requirement. They were going to pay someone to come in and do professional learning. And that's when they ended up getting a lot of public comment about the course being a graduation requirement when it already was. But the reason why the board was able to continue to move forward is because the course had been in the district for so many years. They had students and families come in support of the course. And so again, just looking at the experiences of different districts helped me kind of determine what recommendations I might make for us moving forward. So the light touch. So as we move forward in the next 2 years, the legislation passed by the state of California in October puts the requirement for ethnic studies to be a graduation requirement starting in the year 2025 for the class of 2029 to 2030. Districts can decide when this happens, but it has to happen by 2025. My recommendation for the next 2 years is that we take a look at 5 different categories. First, providing professional development and support for teachers. For any ethnic studies teachers currently, or those who are interested in teaching ethnic studies, to provide opportunities for training, for alignment, and providing support through the use of an instructional coach in CPL part-time. Right now, we're still in the course being an elective, so we don't have a large number of teachers, but we do have teachers who are going to need support. And if you have a teacher who is still part-time teaching ethnic studies, so still experiencing the course, still teaching students, but then also being able and open to provide that support specifically to teachers, to make those connections in the community, to make those connections with families, we can use that person effectively in that way. Also, we start collecting feedback by surveying our ethnic studies students, because currently students who are taking the class want to take the class. Once it becomes a grad requirement, then everybody has to take the class. And that's a different idea as far as your engagement. So we can begin now by collecting survey data from both the teachers and the students to get a sense of how the class is going, what our best practices might be, what activities we might want to include. So all of this takes a little bit of time to make sure we can do it right. We want to see if we can get the elective course at all of our school sites. As I mentioned, we have several different schedules. So how the course is taught on a 4x4 might be a little bit different than how it's taught on a AB, which might be different on how it's taught on a traditional schedule. So if we get all of the schools to have at least one section of the elective, again, we can start gathering that data as to what the best practices are going to be. We can also start having some community engagement conversations. As I said, when it comes to ethnic studies, people have a certain idea of what it is. So if we can invite the community in, invite families in, to start talking about what the course is and getting some of their feedback and ideas on what we could include in the course when it becomes a graduation requirement. As we're continuing to collect this data, we can also start looking at some of our other electives that have a cultural kind of significance. So we can start looking at the cultural studies class. Maybe that's a class students take in 11th grade if they would like to learn more. Or we look again at our African American studies classes, our Chicano studies class. Maybe we create a Native American studies course, but we could really start building things out when we get the information and if we have the time that we need. So doing that for the next 2 years, we can then go into the fall with a lot of data and information about how this class might look different as a graduation requirement. As an elective, we have it all in place, but maybe there's some different things we might need to add or change to really make it a class that if I have to take it, I'm still really engaged in it and still meeting all the requirements. We can also take a look at that point. Is there new instructional materials that we might want to think about getting? Because now that it's a grad requirement in the state, there are a lot of publishers who are going to start creating materials specifically for the 9th grade California course. That's not something we had 2 years ago. So again, in the fall of 2024, we can really start looking at that and then get the course approved as a grad requirement, as I said, with possibly new instructional materials. We can then provide mandatory training for all our teachers who are going to be teaching ethnic studies. That way they're in a position to really understand the course, understand the curriculum, and feel comfortable with the content. So that starting by the fall of 2025, all of our 9th graders will be enrolled in ethnic studies as a grad requirement. And if we have an instructional coach, that instructional coach can provide that direct support for those teachers because it's going to go from maybe 9 to 10 teachers to over 40 teachers. And in our district, because we're going to be moving from a geography graduation requirement to an ethnic studies grad requirement, we're probably not going to be doing a lot of hiring of ethnic studies teachers. We're going to be taking our geography teachers and transforming them or adding to their repertoire to become ethnic studies teachers. And that also takes a little bit of time. And then as we head into the winter of our first kind of, it's a grad requirement, we can start again gathering that feedback from students and teachers about how it's going to help us continuously improve the course. So our immediate next steps is to get a survey of our current ethnic studies students to see how it's going at the schools where it's being taught. Try to ensure that all of these high schools opt in to offering ethnic studies as an elective and offering at least one section, again, so you can get a sense of what it's like at different campuses and different environments. We could draft a resolution that outlines the plan and the commencement of when ethnic studies is going to take place so that people who are of interest know that we are working towards moving towards ethnic studies as a grad requirement, but maybe it's not happening immediately, but this is why. Look for providing an instructional coach in CPL starting in the fall, who is working part-time as an ethnic studies teacher and part-time as an ethnic studies instructional coach. Allowing PD opportunity for current ethnic studies teachers or teachers who think they might be interested in ethnic studies. And then developing synchronous and asynchronous opportunities for people to continue professional learning. So again, there might be some teachers out there who might be interested in a year or two of teaching ethnic studies, but aren't committed right now. So providing ways for them to earn salary credit by gaining some information and knowledge around ethnic studies. So with that, I hope I've met my goals of defining ethnic studies and also providing you with information on where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to go down the board here, Dias, and for any questions or comments, starting with Ms. Nguyen.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions. The first one being, just to clarify, so I know right now world geography is a graduation requirement for freshmen. And are we completely replacing that class with ethnic studies?
So once ethnic studies becomes a graduation requirement, world geography will become an elective.
Okay, and I do want to ask,
once ethnic studies becomes a grad requirement in 9th grade, world geography will become an elective.
okay, thank you. And, you know, I'm wondering because a 1 semester elective is pretty tight on time when it comes to, you know, fitting and everything and getting in all the requirements. But I do feel that in a class that so directly applies to students' lives and can be so modern and applicable on a daily basis, I feel like at least as a student, I would have a lot of things that I want to bring up that might be included in the curriculum. But if the teacher says, well, I have 4 more units to get through, you know, looking at how we're structuring the class right now, do you feel like there will be flexibility in being able to address students' concerns on a class by class level?
Yes, and I think that that's also why I would like to see us take our time in our approach, because part of the class, it really is also the pedagogy on how you teach the class and how you understand student learning. And so having the time to really train teachers, not only on the content of ethnic studies, but how you would approach the class and what practices you would use is very key. So that if you do have students who are saying, no, we have 2 weeks set aside for this, but we really need to go further, But a teacher would have those skills and abilities to recognize that in the class and be flexible in the ways that need to be.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you so much for this presentation. And my bachelor's degree was in ethnic studies. And so I am 100% super excited about this. And I can't wait till it's TK through 12th grade, that, you know, long-term vision. But I wanted to kind of piggyback a little bit in terms of preparing teachers, because it is about creating those brave spaces so that the students can have those conversations, because we are going to be bringing students with a variety of different perspectives and viewpoints and experiences, and being able to honor that. So just ensuring that there's kind of that curriculum training, as well as that, you know, creating brave spaces, creating community, creating trust in the classroom. So one of the things, I had two questions. The report out, the YPAR that the students do at the end, the research project that they do at the end of the class, is that report out, is that done within the class? Is that done like school-wide, or are there plans?
So the goal is that this happens as part of the course. Again, as an elective course, there is some flexibility into how it is approached, but that we would see a little less flexibility as a graduation requirement, because we'd want not uniformity, but this idea that my experience is not so different at one site as it is in another. But the goal is that is kind of your culminating project, is to identify something in your community and do some research around that, and then post solutions. And so that would be something that we could build out. It might also be something we connect to our service learning initiative, because there are connections there as well. So I think that that's a part, as an elective right now, we're still building out to see how different teachers are approaching it.
Okay, excellent. And then I did have a question. Understanding that this is going to be assessed and reviewed to continue to build it. And I saw your list of outcomes that we have presented here, and just making sure that we have ways to measure so that we can show the success when we're collecting that data. So just, I'm sure this is probably just for presentation, but looking forward to seeing kind of how those outcomes will actually be measured. Perfect. And that's all I have. Again, I'm excited.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez?
Regarding those measures, are you going to team up with the equity unit for outcomes, or LCAP, anything like that, for like school climate? You mentioned that it gives more positive attitude, self-identity to students and the community, but I like you to add parent, student, parent, and community. A lot of times in our presentation, we forget the parent is involved also. So that's one of the recommendations. So yes, I agree. Comment regarding, we need some outcomes regarding this particular thing. And also I do support pre-K to 12 ethnic studies. It's a good start to 12th grade, but identity starts at an early age. And I like to see some curriculum or some working involvement, because regarding our, it's like ethnic studies, we have these resolutions for Black History Month, Asian American Month, Native American Month, but also, I like to see some actual curriculum and reports coming out of those particular months, to see how much of it do we actually do in the classroom. We might have a resolution, but that's all we have. What happens in the classroom? That's, we need some reporting on that issue. I don't know if I agree with, you mentioned that once ethnic studies begins, that we will abolish, or world geography will become elective. Is that in cement right now, or is that an item in which schools throughout California, curriculum, Department of Education are talking about right now, or just that our district making that decision?
So with regards to world geography, as a state, that is not a graduation requirement. The world geography standards are embedded within the world history, American government, and US history, and is included in our instructional materials. As a district, we had determined that world geography would be a graduation requirement. What happens is that at our 9th grade level, we also have a health requirement, which is also not a state requirement, but something that we require in Elk Grove. So once ethnic studies becomes a requirement, some students at some schools wouldn't have the space in their schedule to take health, geography, and ethnic studies as a 9th grader. And so because world geography is, again, our district determined graduation requirement, it would be replaced by the state requirement of ethnic studies.
My question was, is it going to continue? Because you said it is a requirement, but it's not, it's going to be elective
It's a requirement in our district currently.
right now.
Yes,
But once it starts, you say that it's going to be elective, no more a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Perez, the board will have to make a decision on that because we just made an adjustment to graduation requirements recently. The next step is to recommend to the board adding ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. That's why we're doing the presentation today. At that point, right now, the staff recommendation will likely be that geography becomes an elective course and ethnic studies becomes the grad requirement. And the biggest reason is just the impact on schedules for kids to be able to take all of the classes. It eliminates, it makes the freshman year almost impossible. Something else would have to give with regards to that. So but that'll be a conversation that we will have when we bring the full recommendation to the board.
Well, I would support that we continue supporting world geography. As what's happening in the world today, and the type of students we having today in our classrooms, they are coming from different parts of the world. So our students should be knowledgeable about those particular geographies throughout the world and how war affects our students, refugees, immigrants, et cetera, within our classroom curriculum of study.
Right. The second part of that, Mr. Perez, is that those geography standards are built into the way the framework set up now is we will cover those things in world history, US history. A lot of the things that were done in quote unquote geography are now embedded there. So the kids still get access to them. It's just not a separate geography course, but still get the access to
That
them.
was the next point I was going to, embedded.
Yes.
Ethnic studies to me should be embedded across the curriculum. I didn't see math in here. Who developed the concept of zero? Nobody knows that. Very few people know the concept of zero, where it came from. It came from the Mayan and Aztec civilization. And so, this and math and astrology, there's a lot of things in which, you could incorporate in math, cross curriculum and ethnic studies. So somehow we need to embed some of this ethnic studies across the curriculum. That would give those students some very insight why we have, a variety of inventions, science, and where the science, there's plenty of African-American scientists that are out there contributing to our society worldwide and medically. And so, and other vocations and interests. So, that needs to be on the table in the classroom, So the other issue I have, you didn't mention anything like, could students have online curriculum of study if they choose to? Would that be instead of actual classroom and do a curriculum of study, self-instructional packages? Have you explored that issue?
We've not explored that yet. So is that in regards to just being able to take the course outside of the classroom?
Mhm.
We haven't explored that. I think a course like ethnic studies, though, is one where we'd want students engaging with one
Right.
another. But because we do also have programs that are online, like our virtual academies,
Mhm.
if there was a need to create an online version of this course,
Mhm.
when it becomes a grad requirement, then that is something we could explore.
So therefore, since you mentioned the other classroom setting that we're, hopefully we're going to develop more, are we going to have it within that set of curriculum? Ethnic studies for those individuals who do it online? I didn't see that in here also.
Well, I believe if it's a graduation requirement, we would need to provide it in settings that were accessible to all students who need to take it.
Okay, right, I understand that, but yet are we developing curriculum studies for those individuals who were taking classes online?
Not currently as an elective now.
Are we? Or does this board have to request that you
So
do
we
that?
will need to do that.
We will be, yeah, okay. The training, you mentioned training. Dollar wise, how many dollars do you predict that we might have to have in order to have training of ethnic studies teachers? Is there any idea on that issue? Or legislative report?
So currently, I know that the state of California is releasing money to provide for the implementation of ethnic studies.
Mhm.
Currently, the number of teachers we have, the amount wouldn't be as significant because we're only looking at maybe 7 to 8 teachers. But I do think if we're looking at training up to 40 teachers and requiring some time, then that would probably look at between maybe $50,000 and $60,000 approximately, just to ensure that they're able to attend training, that we can provide the training. The history project at UC Davis, who we've worked with in the past, has an ethnic studies person specifically to work with school districts. And so I know that their price is generally about $1,000 an hour for prep work from working in the past. But I think that we would need to look at that. I don't want to say more in the future, but identifying what programs are available, because again, now that ethnic studies is available in the state, there's going to be more programs that are available. And I know that because the California History Social Science projects are getting funding to provide support, some of that is also going to be free.
Our teacher preparation curriculum programs at different state universities and UC system, are they having to have teachers prep or to take a course on that issue also?
I believe that in the California State University system, it did become a graduation requirement to take an ethnic studies class. I'd have to verify that, but I do know that that was part of the legislation early on.
The other concern I have is that you mentioned that ethnic studies will be available for the AG electives. Why is that?
Because when the course was approved, CPL completed the paperwork to get it approved to meet the A through G for the G elective. So it's already gone, the elective has already gone through the process to receive G credit for electives.
So, oh, I see, okay. So is that, it's a requirement, right?
It's an elective.
But what, okay, if it's elective, why we have to put it, why are we putting it as an AG elective?
There's a requirement for college admissions that you have so many electives that meet the A to G requirements. So because we have our course A to G approved, kids get to include it in their list of courses in applying for UC and CSU. So we want that designation because then the kids get to use it as part of their application process. If you don't have that, if it's a non-A to G approved course, the kids take it, but they don't get to use it on the college applications.
Oh, I see. Well, so, would that be an issue of? What about the students that are not going to college or going in a vocational training academic academy? Would they be able to access this? That's what I was,
Yes.
because it's a requirement.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's what I was concerned about. Okay. We're not. A few in your slides, you mentioned community responsiveness. That's a big issue that I've been promoting that we need to budget for, and that geographically within our communities, for instance, my region, Area 1 and Area 3 do not respond to surveys or community, they're not responsive to a lot of school issues. Like for instance, the LCAP. You look at the data sets of these two, they're the least responsive to the surveys. So what can you do what can we do? What do you suggest we do through the ethnic studies department to get more people more involved?
We don't have an ethnic studies department, but I think our biggest kind of ambassadors are going to be students who take the class
Mhm,
and then encourage their classmates to take it.
mhm,
That includes getting a strong teacher to advocate for that.
mhm.
I think that we look at opportunities where we do have families that come on campus. So if we have families coming on campus for back to school night,
Mhm.
that's an opportunity to have a couple of slides in the principal's deck to talk about the ethnic studies class if that school's offering it.
Mhm.
I think that parents come on campus when their students are being recognized or awarded.
Mhm.
So maybe that's opportunities where you can talk about things that maybe don't get a reach out in the survey. So it might be just taking a look at campuses and seeing when you do have parents coming out, maybe you have a table set up at the football game that talks about what are the courses that we're going to offer. You do a survey right there. So I think if you look, it's going to vary from campus to campus, but whatever spaces where you do have parents coming out, then those are the spaces where you need to be.
Well, I personally think that ethnic studies will contribute to people to get more involved civically, engagement, and also through engagement through community surveys, because of the fact that the students will be more knowledgeable why we're doing it, and a result of participating in these surveys, they get more funding. And so both locally, state, and federally, that's like the census.
Mr. Perez, I will ask you if you could please finish up your comments in the next few minutes. It's been about
So
15
how much
minutes.
time do we have each?
It's been 15 minutes right now total that you've been asking questions. I still have to go down the dais for the others, so I just being conscious of time.
Thank you. The last thing I would like to say then is that somehow we need to develop a course of study, ethnic studies, to meet the common core. And you kind of mentioned that analyzing the situation, but we need possibly that common core language in there. Okay, that's what I suggest. And also, I like to request copies of the actual studies that you mentioned throughout the report. And I think that'd be good reading for all of us board members, because to enlighten us on some of these issues, I think I have some of those, but yet there's one or two that you mentioned that I do not have. And thank you for the great presentation. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back, real quickly. Miss Nguyen had one more minor question to ask you.
Yeah, so I know that right now, depending on the school, some schools will have honors world geography, and then that will be 2 semesters or 1 full semester instead of the normal length, whereas other schools only have a regular world geography course. And so in my mind, I'm kind of wondering is it going to be at liberty of the schools if they want to create an extended version, or?
So that question has come up, and I think that's also something we're going to explore, which is why I'm looking for the time to make that transition. Because I do think that to the extent possible, we want it to be an ethnic studies course and not geography and ethnic studies. there might be a way for us to look at those schools who want to continue honors geography as that other semester. But I think that's something to explore and if we have the time. But normally that is also left up to the sites what courses they offer.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ms. Albiani?
Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. Some things that stood out to me, my fellow board members have already mentioned many things, but I just want to take a moment. I think giving people a common vocabulary to have conversations is an incredibly powerful tool. And I appreciate the time we're going to take to do this and the transparency we're showing from the start so that we don't have to come into this as uninformed. And if you are interested and you want to know more, I want the public to know we want to teach you and we want to teach you what we're teaching. We're teaching Elk Grove's things. And Elk Grove always does things exceptional in my experience. And so I am excited to see how this develops. And I know you're the right person to do that. So thank you. I greatly appreciate mandatory teacher training because I think this course is so dependent upon the dynamic of a teacher and to have it be successful, and it needs to be of our highest quality teachers that are committed to this subject. And so I really appreciate that. But there is a concern for me about losing an honors class, which leads to the concern about us having so many different schedules. So I would like us to continue talking about the schedules cause challenges. And as a parent who sent children to summer school for every single one of the 4 of them and given up vacation time and all the things we have to do to make them all fit, it is the most basic. I'm sending 4 kids to college, but it takes honors classes and it takes the time you need. And we have true challenges. There's positives and negatives, but that discussion needs to continue to happen because it causes true challenges for children and their families. Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Thank you, Ms. Black, for your presentation. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and thank my colleague board members who's involved with this process from the beginning before my time here and whoever that are involved in this process. So thank you very much. I think this is a very, very important subject to be taught in our school district and across the world. I just want to say that I support 200% to get this up and running in our school district because I understand the importance of this subject to be taught to our school district, to our children. Because the reality true is our school district is a very diverse school district with some different information on Google. When I Google the the amount of language that are spoken in our school district, I saw some 80 plus, some 100 plus different languages. So that tells us the type of diversity we have in this school district. So for me, ethnic studies really teaches us to know who we live with, who we work with, and really strengthening our differences to be our strength. And to me, that's very, very, very important. I wanted to add to all the stuff that you already listen here because it's incredibly positive. There's so many things that you listen here that are so positive, and it is so true. But in my opinion, to make it more efficient, rather just teaching our kids, we need to provide additional activities such as plays, rallies, because the reality true is transparency. Things that is tangible and can see teaches our kids probably the best because what you could see, you remember a little bit more than what you could hear. So to me, if we could incorporate things that will show our kids about ethnic studies, how when we come together as a different people, different background together, working together, how much is that a force as far as prosperity, as far as empowering each other? Because we are together, whether we like it or not. We are no longer just one group of people as an individual, but we are one group of people, us many different backgrounds. So thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you and the rest of my board and the staff. We're exciting. If I have my way, I'll make this I'll make this as a mandatory class going next year. But I understand it's a work in progress, but we are making progress, and I'm really stoked about this process. So thank you so much.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fantastic presentation, Ms. Black. Thank you so much. I share the excitement and the enthusiasm that all of my colleagues have expressed, and that it's hard to feel
Ms.
any other
Tritis
way.
Espinoza, I don't know if your mic is on. I can't hear you too well. Is it? Okay.
Okay, I'll try to be louder. Is that better? Okay. All right. All right. So let me try to go over my notes here. So I really am pleased at you pointing out that the skills acquired in this class will actually benefit the students in their social studies courses that come later. I mean, it should be obvious, but it's not a connection that I had made, and it's one I'm really excited about. That it would not, it's not just about what happens in isolation in this one class, but about actually improving their experience in all of their social studies class later. So I just wanted to highlight that. So I'm also really grateful at the way you broke down and shared with us all of the steps and the preconditions for success. Everything that has to happen in order to really do this right and effectively. One of the things that is, I think, a critical ingredient is the instruction. And I remain concerned about our ability to have the right educators and prepared in that amount of time. Geography is just a fundamentally very different type of subject. So you can be a great geography teacher and not necessarily be skilled at promoting critical thinking and having, creating the kind of environment where people challenge systems and things of that nature. Ethnic studies also really requires someone, I think, with personal understanding of the issues. And I don't know, what the makeup of our geography teachers, looks like. But for those folks who have not had a lifetime of thinking and talking about the impact of racism and ethnicity on their lives, I don't know that one summer of training is going to get them to the point where they can lead discussions in this topic. So I wonder if perhaps we can start that training sooner, say work on some more basic skills and preconditions even before we have a curriculum selected, which I know that that's a training that has to wait a little bit longer because, I think you can do absolutely everything right. You can do it perfectly and still fail to do this successfully if we don't have the right instructors. And that's a big concern for me. You talked about lots of different kind of subjects within the umbrella of ethnic studies. And I hope, God willing, we will be in a position to talk about elective, more advanced courses in ethnic studies going forward. I would just like to throw out, I know this is way early, but allyship. I know Sac State has courses specifically in allyship, but I think that is something that could really help, all of us kind of knit together a little bit more as a community and work on solidarity. Let's see. Mr. Perez mentioned ethnic studies across the curriculum. I couldn't agree with that more. So some of you may or may not remember early on, I actually was not a supporter of ethnic studies. And the reason was because I didn't like the idea of having one course out of everything in our catalog that was frankly honest and accurate and acknowledged the identities of our students, placed in a canon that doesn't do that very well. So you acknowledge the social studies adoption from 2 years ago. Where do you see us going in the future? And I know this isn't the topic of today's presentation. I'm kind of putting you on the spot. So if you can address it, I understand. But how does this course fit into that broader change, that evolution that we need of our social studies instruction as a whole to better serve our students? If that makes sense.
So I believe that the ethnic studies model curriculum, although it was a bit maligned for a little while, it is an 800-page document where really the controversy was around 2 lessons and some definitions. So it really does provide a framework for starting to look at how you incorporate teaching K-12. So I think we do have a framework to start from. I think it's identifying again, within that framework, are those guiding principles, are those guiding values? So then looking at how we connect those to what's already being taught or where we see a gap. So I think we have a framework now to start working from. I do think our instructional materials are designed to support some of that work, looking at identity, looking at differences, looking at commonalities, looking at historical struggles starting in 4th grade with California history. So I think now that we do have a framework that exists, we can start drawing those connections. I do think having instructional support in CPL specifically for ethnic studies can also help drive that work, because that can be an ethnic studies practitioner, someone who's taught the course, who knows it, who can help then take that framework that's been developed and connect it to the model curriculum and start making those things happen within our K-8 experience as well. And I did just want to address with teachers, I'm having these conversations already with departments. So we're talking about who in your department is going to be the best one to carry this course forward. They know that this is coming. So we're starting that to help those teachers who would be best. Just as we pick AP teachers, we pick that teacher who's excited about AP Bio, who's excited about AP Econ. We don't pick the teacher who doesn't like economics to teach that. So treating that course in that same way. And I do think that there is training, but we want to start building that in all of our teachers too, that empathy and understanding for the struggles of our students, of our families. So I am optimistic that we will be able to find teachers who are going to be able to take this course on, but also be able to provide the support that they need while they're teaching the course as well, not just like, here you go, be well. But I'm confident that we will have the teachers in place who will want to teach this course and who will be engaged with their students.
All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Forcina.
Thank you. I don't know. I have, I think 6 or 7 questions and a comment. First one, I hope Mr. Cerruti has his ears on. Throughout your presentation, and I'm just going to use one example. Throughout the presentation, there were a number of comments. One was ethnic studies will help make other classes better. And throughout the presentation, you talked about surveys. Surveys are not empirical data. What you think and what I think at the end of the day don't make any difference. What makes a difference is the data showing that a person has gone from one point to another point. So with respect to knowing how ethnic studies will make other classes better, how are we going to do that?
So for length of PowerPoint, I did not include that part of our surveying is of the world history teachers. At one of our sites, all of the 9th grade students are taking ethnic studies right now. And so I anticipate talking to the world history teachers who get them in 10th grade to see, do they think, or what do they see in the students Is it different than what they've normally seen? Students who've taken world geography before, because they're going to be in the best place as previous world history teachers. Part of though collecting that data is also the fact that the experiences that students are having right now was not the experiences in 2019 when I might have been a world history teacher getting geography to students. But I did anticipate also, as I said, reaching out to the world history teachers after ninth graders have taken ethnic studies to see what differences they might see in students based on them taking ethnic studies.
So our understanding then with respect to whether or not there was improvement will be dependent upon teacher assessment.
Currently.
Yeah, I don't know how, see, I don't even know how you answer my question, to be honest with you. And I've had the discussions with Mark, because how do you say one thing makes a difference when you're offering a lot of different things? How do you focus? Say, well, that one course made a difference. That's why I was asking how you're going to measure it other than a survey, which is, and you've come back saying, well, we'll rely on the teachers. And I don't know.
I mean, one of the challenges,
Whether,
and we
whether
talk,
or
yeah,
not, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, no, no, you're exactly right. And part of it is there's next to nothing in education
Yeah.
that gives you 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
You know, so, but one of the pieces, you know, after teaching ethnic studies for 2 years, you know, where do we see grades of kids improving down the road? Do we see responses on the site climate surveys, you know, and the sites that are teaching ethnic studies? Do you see a different response? So you're right. The idea of being able to see exactly A + B = C is challenging. But the other piece we could look at is we could do, and we're not put on the spot, but we could do a pre quiz of some kind for kids on where they are on the continuum of understanding with regards to this work, and then something they do at the end, and then you could measure, the kids, you know, move from A to B. So there are some other things that we could look at very specific with an individual class and a group of kids. But I think the overarching piece is the huge goal is our society is a better place. In the short term, our classrooms are a better place and our schools are a better place. But ultimately, we're trying to make a difference in the entire society. But measuring that 1 + 1 = 2, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I understand that, Chris. I guess I look down the road in that I hear what Anel said. I heard what Tony said, and Gina and Nancy and others with respect to increasing the ethnic studies offerings and teaching strategies down to pre-K. That means the department would have to grow. If the department is going to suggest growth, then that is one more area that will challenge us when we have to make some pretty serious budget decisions in the next couple of years in terms of what do we expand, what do we keep, what do we get rid of? And the only way, to me, that you make that decision responsibly is with data. And that gets at that, but that's another topic. Within the ethnic studies programs, as you've been working, how do you address the immigrant and going way back, but how do you address the immigrant and refugee populations that have come into the country?
Well, I think that, again, when we're looking at identity, being an immigrant and a refugee within the United States is an identity. So how can they explore that within themselves? How do they maintain their what their current culture was, their current language, and now that you're in the United States, how has that changed or how is that different? But then also, we have a history of the immigrant and refugee experience in the United States. So while there might be students in the class who are not direct immigrants, some of their families might be. So I think that also encompasses, again, the similarities that we have in the experience of those who've come to the United States recently and in the past, but then also those differences and what that means. So again, currently it's an elective course, so students are electing to be in that course. And if we have students who might be coming to the United States currently that might have language barriers. I don't know that they'd be immediately put into this course because of the support that they might need.
Have you collected information with respect to who the students are that are currently opting to take the class?
So I've not collected it at our 4x4 sites. I do know that at our Florence site, all the students are enrolled in the class. But that's definitely data that can be collected.
Um, you're giving the board an overview today. Are there plans to give us periodic reviews?
Of course, I love coming to talk to you guys. But
Yes.
yes, I think that we definitely, as we continue to gather information and move forward, that we would want to report regularly.
In the short term, we wanted to give the board an idea, content, framework, where we've been, where we're recommending going and getting feedback today. Because if the board said, we don't like any of this, then we'd have to make an adjustment. Now, what we're hearing so far today is the timeline looks like it makes sense. So we will be bringing, like we said, a second version of the graduation requirement changes in line with this timeline as well. So yes, you'll be getting more of us.
Based on what our traditional ninth grade enrollments have been, you mentioned 40 as a number for teachers. Is that what we're looking at? We're going to need 40 teachers when this is required?
That's our current number roughly of geography teachers. So that's kind of where that geography is our requirement right now. And so for ninth grade, and that's roughly the number of geography teachers that we have. So if
Okay.
we were going to move to ethnic studies, it's roughly the amount of teachers we would need to cover ethnic
Okay.
studies courses.
Now, I really want to echo Nancy's concern, and I know it's been said somewhere else. I value your opinion with respect to the work that you've done. I have trouble accepting, I think we'll get good teachers from the geography corps. They may be, some of those teachers may be the best teachers that ever walked the face of the earth for geography. That doesn't translate to me to say that they're going to be really fantastic ethnic studies teachers. What's the process you're going to use for selection?
So that will be site-based decisions. What I hope to provide and what I've been working on is that guidance. So again, something else to consider is that most teachers who teach history, social science don't just teach one topic. And so they teach geography and US history and world geography and world history and government. And so I think there's this hesitation because we definitely understand that for this course, we want teachers who are going to be able to create these spaces, have this conversation, be considered authentic by students. But there are teachers who are having these conversations every day with their students, especially in world geography. If you're bringing in current events, you have to have a space in your class that feels open, where students feel safe to have those conversations. And so I think we just want to make sure that we are understanding that history, social science teachers do have the capacity to do this. But just as I said, we want those teachers who want to do it. So the guidance would be, as I said, similar to AP. We don't take the brand new teacher and say you're teaching AP economics this year. We take a teacher who has an interest, who's been teaching for a few years, who goes through training because you usually have to go through the 5-day training for AP. And so again, now that we're having these conversations early, maybe there's some movement that takes place. So maybe I taught world geography for 10 years, 20 years, and they're like, maybe ethnic studies isn't quite right for you. You're going to teach world history now. And we're going to grab one of these other teachers to teach the ethnic studies. So just because you're teaching geography right now, you can teach anything else in the history, social science. So I do think that teachers have the capacity to do this. I think we have the time to get teachers who are interested, to get teachers trained for this class to go the way that we hope it will.
That's a lot of speculation. And I'm not discounting it. I guess I just have difficulty with that concept. One of the things you said is in terms of the the offerings you said in the slide is that we're going to ensure all schools opt in, offering ethnic studies as an elective. There's only one way you can ensure that. Are we just going to order everybody to do it as an elective? How are you going to ensure that everybody does it if you don't order it?
So I have made the recommendation. Beyond that, I think is beyond my capacity and goes to a level above me.
So that you need to make a decision if it's required?
So if we have a site that didn't follow Donnell's recommendation, we would have a conversation. Because the expectation is that it is being taught as an elective at our schools.
Then why don't we just make, if we believe in it, why don't we just make the decision that, and I forget what the year was it 22 or?
Well, I mean, part of the piece
It
is, Norman,
is.
you're by having this presentation today and the board not coming out and saying, we don't like that idea, that's giving us direction to move forward with implementing it. And if we think we need to, if we're thinking we're having an issue at a school site that isn't going to happen,
Go with it.
we'll deal with it.
Okay.
And if we think we need the board to say it, we can do that as well.
Okay. Listening to comments that Jamie made, and certainly my granddaughter, her friends, other kids I talked to, with respect to the YPAR, I really believe that there has to be some consistency in the expectations so that in one class, kids aren't overburdened. And in another class, it's a free ride, because that's what happens right now with the senior projects in the portfolios. In some places they're taken seriously, and I gotta say, in other places they're a joke and they're a waste of everybody's time, and I don't really understand why they're done. So if it's gonna have value and there's gonna be equity in the time, then work has to be on the front end in terms of what that's gonna look like. Almost done.
Mr.
Um,
Christina, yeah, I just,
yeah,
let
I
you know
got
you're
two
approaching
quickies
15.
here.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, the one's a comment, one's a question. You mentioned paying $1,000 an hour for development work. And that was one of the things that this board has talked about. And we're awaiting the changes in the way in which contract information comes to the board so that we understand why it's not being done in-house, what we're getting for it, what the accountability is. $1,000 an hour. The big attorneys don't make $1,000 an hour.
So for that contract, that was the time for prep, and then the rest of the time, as far as the actual training was provided. I do provide quite a bit of in-house professional learning. And I do think that if we are able to get an instructional coach half-time and CPL for ethnic studies, because that teacher would also be a practicing teacher, that they would be able to develop some in-house professional development. We don't always seek out professional development for this type of work. We are able to do some of it in-house. All of the alignment workshops that were provided for ethnic studies teachers to meet together, I facilitated. And so we do find ways, but then there is also expertise that exists. And so for that, we do pay for that so that we can get the top tier. But we are very careful as to what we use money for. And as I mentioned, there is specific funding that's coming to school districts for ethnic studies implementation. So that would be outside of funding that we would normally receive for Title II.
And that's nice to hear, but I for myself, I couldn't justify spending $1,000 an hour on somebody just because it's somebody else's money.
We'd be very clear about what we were getting for the dollars.
So Jennifer's not having extra lunches and dinners or something?
She is not.
Okay, last one, Tony. Had mentioned the fact that we don't get good parent involvement in a number of areas. Are there plans for a presentation from the face office so we can have a discussion around parental involvement and what the Office of Family and Community Engagement can do to assist in the process?
Yes, well, we have, part of the conversation will be today with the needs analysis, and we'll go into some of the work that was done to get to where we are today from where we've been. And so we'll be able to provide some updates there. But we can certainly, we do an annual FACE presentation, so we will have that scheduled as well. I think it also, speaks to Mr. Yang's request for an item, moving forward with regards to our parent groups, and so all of that,
All of it
Yeah.
together.
yep, all that works
All right.
together. Again,
Thank
no
you.
one answer.
Thank you for the presentation. I know my board members had made a number of questions and comments, and I believe some of my questions were answered. Just want to, go to the next steps because I know that's an important piece of this, the implementation, right? And that the plan for 2025. So we'll be looking for more information to come back. I also think that the student voice is really critical. So those that are participating in the class now, collecting that data or that feedback, and also what they gain from the course, right? Personally, I don't know how you capture that, right? Because that's kind of qualitative research versus, the answering of a Likert scale or something. So just kind of putting that cap on, thinking of how we can capture the different comments and feedback. Also, because Sac City have rolled out, right? And some of my personal professional work has with a colleague of mine at Sac State and being involved in ethnic studies, specifically the textbook for this course. Sacramento City District did hire some of the people who wrote chapters in the book to come out and train some of their teachers during the summer session. So just thinking of ideas or ways to incorporate, because I just want to tie it back to, you started off with your personal background and your experience, and I really appreciated you sharing your identity development. But I feel like that expertise from people in the community could be helpful, and it has my thinking cap up on as a professor too. When we're teaching a subject matter, we bring in guest speakers, we bring in the community members, we bring in those role models, and then having the students maybe even share or showcase their own family history. That way they become the leader and the model in the class. So just thinking ways that we can strategize for best practices and implementation of ethnic studies. I again would like to see the expansion of other subject areas. I think I mentioned that in the past and was vocal about it. We have African American studies, Latino studies, Native American studies. I don't believe, at the college level is when a student should first come into that experience or that exposure to that subject matter. So getting it early on in ninth grade at some point in the student's pathway, I feel is important, because this could become a major for them when they transfer to college, or even a minor, where they come back now and become the teacher in that classroom of a certain subject matter that they're passionate about for their community. So just kind of have my thinking cap on. I know that the legislation had passed and that there will be some plans to identify ways to incorporate different trainings specifically to the subject matter and different funding sources. So looking forward to that on ways that we might be eligible to apply for different funding, particularly for ethnic studies. So appreciate all of that feedback and appreciate the time and commitment. I know this has been a long project, right? We had the committee starting out in 2016, bringing that back forth. So really appreciate the time and commitment that goes into the work, and again, as my colleagues had mentioned, looking forward to seeing the fruition of this being at all our eventually school sites. Again, hopefully we won't have to take away from something else. We could hopefully look at a way to implement with the things that we have now. So thank you again for the presentation for today. At this time, I would like to recess into closed session, and it's going to be exactly 11:01. So thanks. So if we can get everybody's attention, please. We'd like to call the meeting back to order. So I want to go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 1:17. And the next item on the agenda is back to open session is the LCAP needs analysis survey results. And I'd like to call on Mr. Mark Cerruti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I and we always appreciate the opportunity at this point in time of the year to bring important information regarding our efforts with our LCAP stakeholder engagement, which is the term that used to be used there. We're now using the term educational partner and gathering their feedback. Meaningful engagement and education of our educational partners is a requirement of the LCAP. And I think it's also safe to say it's an expectation of our Board of Education, our superintendent, and a foundational practice of the district across many aspects of our work. I'll be asking Mr. Jeremy Hinshaw, our research project manager, to come up and provide the full report in just about 60 to 90 seconds. But I did want to provide a bit of introductory information. Having been part of the LCAP process since its outset, when the state initiated this. And if we go back to 2015, 16, and Jeremy will show this in just a second. The number of respondents at that point in time was 5,260. And as he'll indicate, that number is currently 43,256 respondents. So our efforts to expand the opportunities for our educational partners to provide their input and feedback, our efforts have been fruitful. And just in terms of students, and again, Jeremy will provide the full detailed report, but I just wanted to pull out some notable, particularly notable numbers, and that is, it is a priority of our school board and our superintendent in the district to expand student voice, evidenced by a student board member, but also evidenced by, back in that same year of 2016-17, just under 1,500 of our students responded to the survey. And this past year, that number went from 1,005, just under 1,500 to just under 30,000 of our students. And so it's one thing to expand the quantity of voice, but it's also important that we're looking at the quality of what we're getting. We've made tremendous progress. The structure of the survey has been continuously enhanced. Notably, our ability to synthesize open-ended questions rather than just select some predetermined items that we've provided, having the opportunity for people to type in responses to open-ended questions can be a real challenge to synthesize that data, but we have developed a process whereby we can very efficiently and accurately do that. Our data analysis capabilities have continuously improved. We have the ability to provide that data at the site, regional, and district levels and disaggregate by a variety of subgroups. And lastly, our use of our feedback and input from our educational partners is used directly to support our planning and decision-making. We don't want any individual out there to think that those surveys aren't meaningful, because they are incredibly meaningful. And I can assure to you as the board, who also uses this information when you're making your decisions, but certainly at the cabinet level, at divisional and department levels, this data is being used all the time. I just want to lastly, the only way that this happens, our ability to do the work that we're doing, is through a strong teamed approach and adhering with fidelity to continuous improvement practices. I want to give a special thanks to Ms. Christine Hakito, who is in the audience. And so thank you, Christine, our Director of Research and Evaluation, who does phenomenal work. Mr. Hinshaw, Jeremy is the lead on this specific project, and he's done fantastic work and will be here in just a minute. Support by Dr. Graywall and Mr. Murray in elementary and secondary ed, their school directors, and their expectations that they lay out for our site administrators and site teams about the importance of this survey, and obtaining the level of responses from students and staff and parents is directly aligned to the outstanding work that's done by our principals and site teams. They take this very, very seriously, and they understand the value that this brings to them in the district. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Hinshaw. He's going to walk through the way that this is constructed, or the way that we've laid out the presentation is he'll share the construct of the survey, because it's important to understand how we built it, or how it is built rather. Examples of continuous improvement and the efforts that we've made to continuously improve the survey itself and our processes therein. He's going to go into detail on participation data, and then the important part, it's all important, but the important part are the results. And with that, Jeremy, it's all yours, sir.
Good afternoon, President Martinez-O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Today, I'd like to present you with the results from the most recent administration of the district's annual LCAP needs survey. So the LCAP needs survey is one of the primary methods we use to gather stakeholder feedback for the development of the district and site LCAPs. This online survey was administered to students, parents, and staff last fall between October 21st through December 22nd. The survey is intended to assess the importance of various priority areas, satisfaction with currently provided services, and gather feedback on how to improve. The district focused on a list of 32 priority areas, things like safety, mental health, extracurriculars, and so on. And we asked respondents to rate the importance of each item on a scale from not important to most important. If a respondent indicated that the priority was most important, then we asked them how satisfied they were with the current level of service provided under that priority area. Finally, if the respondent indicated that they were dissatisfied, they were asked an open-ended question about how the district or school could improve in that area. The primary reason that we only asked for satisfaction ratings for the most important priorities is efficiency. Without limitations, the survey would quickly become very long. We know that many folks feel over-surveyed, and we ask students to take this survey, so we try to be mindful about our impact on instructional time. On average, the typical respondent spent about 9 minutes on this survey. They indicated around 13 areas as most important on average, and were dissatisfied with about 2 of them. So they received about 48 questions, or about half the potential number of survey questions that they could have received under the full survey. This is the full list of priority areas that we use for the survey. They encompass support for academic success, learning feedback, safety and wellness, and family involvement. Starting from an initial list in 2018-19, each year we use the responses themselves to curate the list of priorities. We remove those that show very low levels of support and importance, and we look through the emergent themes of open-ended feedback to develop new priority areas to ask about in the following year. New items that were used this year are highlighted in green here. So good principles, mental health support, COVID safety measures, and independent study were all added. We only removed one area about opportunities for parents to come on campus. In addition to curating the list of priority areas over the years, we've used feedback from the board and other groups to provide a survey that's easier to distribute and respond to, while providing higher quality, more actionable results. For instance, we moved to an online survey in 2017-18 to solicit greater participation and get results to principals months earlier than usual. We changed our survey questions and question types to be more concrete and actionable. And in 2019-20, we added satisfaction questions to assess an additional dimension of need. Looking at some of the improvements we made this year, probably the most significant change we've made was the addition of the dynamic open-ended feedback questions. In the past, we'd asked respondents how satisfied they were with priority areas, but gave them no way to provide us with direct feedback on how to improve. For instance, if a parent responded that they were dissatisfied with good teachers, does that mean that they believe the teachers need to improve? Or does it mean that they want the district to hire more teachers or something completely different? The new dynamic feedback questions add interpretable depth to the results so that we can get a sense of what is driving dissatisfaction and how we can improve according to the desires of our educational partners. Another improvement that we made the survey distribution process easier. To accommodate prevalent primary languages in our region, we translate our parent and student surveys into Spanish, Vietnamese, and Hmong. The end result was that we provided students with 9 different links to 9 different surveys in the past, which complicated communications and coordination. This year, we compiled all those translations and all those different surveys into a single survey link to greatly simplify distribution. Finally, we added additional demographic questions for parents to identify those with English learner students, foster youth, and those experiencing homelessness. Adding these items means that we can provide additional demographic cuts for these groups to address their needs specifically. This chart shows the number of responses we've received from the most recent 5 years for the LCAP needs survey. You may note this graph does not include results for the 2021 year, as the survey was administered in fall 2020 was unlike our traditional survey, which had been adapted to focus on the state of distance learning and assessing satisfaction with LCP areas. As you can see on the graph, each year we've improved our response rates, and this year was no exception. Thanks to the diligent efforts of our principals and program leaders, we showed a dramatic increase in the number of responses for all groups. As you can see on the chart here, we received a total of 43,256 responses to the survey across all groups, constituting a 36% increase from last year, driven mostly by an increase in students. Also notable, this year we saw the largest increase in the total number of parent responses since we started the LCAP needs survey 5 years ago. So the student survey was designed to be administered in grades 5 through 12. This year, 70% of those students submitted a response. Among parents, we showed a 27% response rate, and for staff, we showed a 72% response rate. Across all groups, response rates were highest in elementary and lowest at high schools. Looking at variation in response rate by race and ethnicity, response rates for students were relatively uniform, ranging from 49% for African American students to 65% for Asian and Filipino students. There was much greater variation in the distribution of response rates for parents. They ranged from 14% for parents of Hispanic students to 41% for American Indian students and American Indian parents. Staff participation ranged from 32% for Hispanic staff to 58% for white. And I should mention that we're unable to report out staff response rates for the 2 or more category due to limitations in how we store that information. Among programmatic groups, participation for EL students was lower than all students generally, but comparatively much lower for parents of EL students. Foster youth participation was much lower than all students generally, but foster parents showed very high participation relative to all parents generally. The homeless student participation rate was the lowest among all groups. However, participation among parents experiencing homelessness was higher than all parents generally. And finally, SED student participation was lower than all students generally. Unfortunately, we can't report out the parent SED socioeconomically disadvantaged group because the data would be too hard to gather and determine that status for them. Yes. Yeah, so finally, the socioeconomically disadvantaged student participation was lower than all students generally, but we can't report out the parent socioeconomically disadvantaged group because it's too hard to gather the data and interpret it reliably. You have to ask about income and the number of children, and there's a very specific formula used to determine it. And so I don't think it would be feasible or palatable to ask that information of our parents. And finally, participation by region. Among the comprehensive regions, student participation ranged from the lowest in Elk Grove to 57% to the highest in Monterey Trail at 77%. Among parents, participation was lowest in Florin at 10% and highest in Cosumnes Oaks at 32%. Finally, among staff, Participation ranged from 51% in Pleasant Grove and Monterey Trail to 69% in Sheldon. And now the actual results from the survey. So this table shows the top 10 priorities for students in terms of importance. So good teachers was the top priority for students. 93% said good teachers were either very important or most important. Moving down the list, we see 90% for safe school, a slight increase from last year. 88% for clean schools, a slight increase. 88% for good principals, which was a new item. 86% for welcoming classrooms, a slight increase. 85% for mental health. 82% for useful feedback on learning, a very large increase from the last time we administered the survey. 80% for bullying prevention, 79% for frequent gradebook updates, which was increased, and 78% for counselors for personal support, a slight decrease. Oop. So this scatter plot shows the relative importance and satisfaction for each priority area among students. Orienting briefly to the chart, each dot represents a priority area. Horizontally or on the x-axis, importance increases from left to right. So things on the right-hand side of the graph are more important than things on the left. Satisfaction is shown vertically or on the y-axis. Students expressed higher satisfaction for things on the top than for things on the bottom. The idea is that we take each priority area or dot and place it here according to its satisfaction and importance rating to get a broad picture of what we're doing well and what's a priority for improvement. We've divided these priority areas into 4 regions, separated by the dashed green lines placed at 75% to denote areas of high or low importance and high or low satisfaction. The logic behind using 75% would be to denote high importance or satisfaction was that it constitutes 3 out of 4 people who consider the priority to be important, or 3 out of 4 people who are satisfied with current service. So starting in the bottom right, the orange area, the orange region indicates high importance and low satisfaction. So that would be our sort of blinking red light area. Thankfully, we don't see any priorities there. So from the student perspective as a whole on this survey, we don't see any areas of tremendous importance with low satisfaction. That's a good thing. In the lower left with yellow, we see priorities that are less important, but also showing less satisfaction. A good area to check for variation among ethnic and programmatic subgroups. So there's 2 areas. The first is late start. So American Indian students showed this as a higher priority and were less satisfied with current service provided relative to all students generally. And notably, this concern was more prevalent among secondary students. For class size, white students were likely driving most of the dissatisfaction here. Only 55% of them rated as satisfied for this item. And most other groups were above 70%. Foster youth were the most dissatisfied group at 50%. The regions on top show areas where respondents were mostly satisfied. So in the green and blue regions above, at least 3 out of 4 students were satisfied with services for those priorities. Moving on to results for parents. Like students, unsurprisingly, good teachers was the top priority at 99%, essentially unchanged from the last time we administered the survey. Moving down the list, we see safe schools at 97%, a slight decrease, good principals at 94%, clean schools at 92%, useful feedback from teachers on learning at 91%, a slight decrease, security staff on campus at 88%, a decrease, bullying prevention at 88%, a slight increase, college and career counselors at 86%, a slight increase, mental health support at 85%, and challenging and interesting courses at 84%, which had decreased. Now looking at importance and satisfaction for priorities among parents. Generally, parents were less satisfied with currently provided services than students generally, so we see a lot more variation here. In the bottom right area, for the most important priorities with lowest satisfaction, we see the first area was homework support. In the open-ended responses for how to improve under this area, responses tended to indicate they preferred either less homework should be assigned or they have too little or no access to homework support programs, or that their teachers are not offering homework support personally. For this priority, satisfaction was lower among the following groups: African American parents, American Indian parents, and parents experiencing homelessness. Mental health wasn't exactly in the high need, low satisfaction category, but it was close. Emergent themes from the open-ended comments indicated that respondents wanted more awareness around mental health, more empathy for those with mental health needs, and an increase in accessible services. Satisfaction was lowest among homeless parents, African American parents, and foster parents. Same thing with bullying. It wasn't exactly in this category, but it was very close. And emergent themes indicated that respondents wanted closer monitoring of bullying by adults and more serious reactions and consequences for reported instances of bullying. Satisfaction was lowest among homeless parents, American Indian parents, and parents of 2 or more ethnicities. Among the priorities with lower importance and lower satisfaction, for academic support at home, there was lower satisfaction among African American parents, American Indian parents, homeless and white parents. Respondents would like more proactive offers of assistance from teachers and sites, up-to-date gradebooks, and tutoring. Under extracurriculars, there was lower satisfaction among American Indian parents, parents of 2 or more ethnicities, and homeless parents. Respondents wanted to see more clubs, reintroduction of dances and related events, and extracurriculars at elementaries. For visual and performing arts, or VAPA, the lower satisfaction tended to be among American Indian and white parents. For transportation, there was lower satisfaction among white and parents of 2 or more ethnicities. Concerns were primarily oriented around drop-off and pickup at schools and improved or more reliable busing services. For independent study options, there was lower satisfaction among American Indian parents. For culturally responsive instruction, there was lower satisfaction among African American, American Indian, and parents of 2 or more ethnicities. And finally, for later school start, there was lower satisfaction among white parents and parents of 2 or more ethnicities and parents of students with disabilities. Other areas showed higher rates of satisfaction in the blue and green regions above. And finally, moving on to staff feedback. Looking at the top 10 priorities for staff, we see high rates of importance for good teachers at 98%, safe schools at 96%, a slight decrease, good principals at 95%, clean schools at 92%, a slight increase, mental health at 90%, small class sizes at 86%, which had decreased, useful feedback from teachers on learning at 84%, counselors to provide advice at 82%, a slight decrease, challenging and interesting courses at 81%, decreased, and security staff on campus at 78%, a substantial increase. The most critical priority areas to address for staff, the ones with high importance but low satisfaction, were clean schools. Feedback suggested more custodians are needed and more frequent vacuuming of classrooms. There was less prevalent feedback related to maintenance issues. Counselors for personal advice, feedback suggests hiring more counselors and related service providers. For bullying prevention, feedback suggests site staff want resources like relevant curriculum and program support, and to a lesser extent, more effective consequences for bullying. Under mental health support, the feedback suggested hiring more service providers to work with students and more open access to existing staff. For security staff, feedback suggested support for hiring more staff and incentivizing good security staff to stay. Areas of low importance and low satisfaction for staff, there were a lot of them. So very briefly, there was social emotional learning, extracurriculars, visual and performing arts, transportation, home academic support, homework support, independent study, keeping libraries open later, independent study options, later school start, and culturally responsive instruction. Finally, we asked respondents to tell us what else should be prioritized beyond the 32 areas we provided for them to rate importance and satisfaction for. We received 20,750 responses to this question across all groups. So in order to efficiently and quickly develop emergent themes from all of the feedback provided, we used a semi-automated summarization process called Gibbs sampling, Dirichlet mixture modeling. Similar comments are clustered together during this process based on word usage, and an analyst labels the clusters to derive themes. Broadly, in descending order of prevalence, these themes were better food service, longer and more frequent breaks, improved playgrounds, cleaner bathrooms, academic interventions, homework support, revising the student phone policy, structured socialization, improved student discipline, and field trips. That concludes my presentation of the results, and now I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to call on Ms. Nguyen.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. So I have a few questions, and one of the big ones is that in looking at the response rates, especially for students, there is that big discrepancy between middle school / elementary school and high school. And I know, speaking from my own personal experience, I'm pretty sure my high school required students to fill it out during advocacy classes, but I'm wondering if you could list out anything that could be attributed to this discrepancy.
I apologize, Ms. Nguyen, I had difficulty hearing you.
I was just wondering if you could explain some possible reasons for the discrepancy between response rates in students in elementary / middle school and then in high school.
So I have to speculate because I'm not aware of any specific reasons why it's higher in elementary, but I would suspect that it's probably easier to coordinate the administration of the survey in elementary because they only have one teacher generally, whereas at secondary sites, you have to, to make sure that students don't take it multiple times, you have to put together, a more or less complicated way to distribute it.
And then I was also wondering, because I know the department does a lot of work in trying to make sure that questions are easily understood by students in the same context. And now that we've sent out the survey for this year, what work is going to be done so that we can create a better survey for the next year?
Generally, we undertake the process to add new priority areas, remove ones that had low support in September. And one of the things that we do during that process is we're developing new themes is we use cognitive labs with our students in lower grade levels to ensure that the questions, they're sort of responding to them in a way that we would have the same interpretation as an adult. So we're concerned with the readability of the questions. We also use experts at elementary schools to evaluate that language to make sure that it would be suitable for lower grade levels.
Mm-hmm. And then when it comes to trying to increase response rates, because your presentation showed that we obviously have had a lot of growth, but is it your department that works on increasing the response rate, or is this something that happens more among the individual school sites and their administration?
So it's definitely something that we discuss, and it's something we've been working with so most of the discussions have been around increasing the parent response rate because that's generally a lot lower. It's the lowest among the three groups. So we're currently in discussions with the Family and Community Engagement Office on strategies we can use for distribution for our upcoming parent survey in the spring. And so we've been discussing things like advising greater use of tools like talking points and text messaging with parents, because we know that that's one additional way that parents could get the survey. And it doesn't, in the past when we've used it, it didn't tremendously increase response rates, but we know that it could add to it.
And just a quick bit of additional information. Thank you, Jeremy. Dr. Graywall and Mr. Murray, they work directly with our principals. And so we do have an expectation. I mean, our goal is 100% of our kids and 100% of our staff, because there's somewhat of a self-contained group. Parents can be, it would be great if we had 100% of our parents, but it's going to be a bit more of a challenge. So they analyze that. They have conversations with their principals. They meet all the time with the principals, and they'll take a look at, so if school X had this response rate with its students or its staff, what did you do? And learn from that. And it was noted earlier, there is no question. It's easier. It's not making excuses. It's easier at an elementary level. And I do that with quotes around it because of the single teacher. It's also easier at the secondary level, for example, with our schools that have advocacy programs, because they'll run it right through their advocacy programs. But it's constant conversation, and the results show that we continue to make progress, but we continue to identify those best practices as we go along. Thanks, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you.
I might add that one other thing we did to increase student participation rates was several principals through the process of, we would send them the response rates throughout the window. And several of them asked for lists of students who had not completed the survey, because we asked for student identifiers on that form. And so we provide them with a list of students they could follow up with at their discretion.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm very happy to see that we've been growing in our response rates, and I'm sure there's a lot more work that can be done with every group, but we'll have to see in the future. Excited to see it.
Ms. Albiani.
Thank you very much for the report. The growth is exciting, and I think working with FACE, it will just continue to get better. I don't have any questions. I always appreciate our asking, and I'm always interested. The scatter graphs were very helpful in seeing. Thank you.
Glad you like them.
Mr. Yang.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's just good to see these numbers. Database, I think is great for solution driven. And yeah, thank you for the work. Just want to see continue progress. So thank you.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I want to echo what Mr. Yang just said. It is really great to see the continued evolution of these survey instruments and the usefulness of the data for us. So I appreciate that. And I also, of course, have to recognize the incredible improvement in the response rates just over the past year. I do have some questions. It sounded from Ms. Nguyen's question like you guys have not engaged in looking into the why for some of these outliers. Is that accurate?
So the process, you're referring to the analysis of the open-ended results of how to improve?
Not quite. So like for example, why was the Latino parent response 14%? Why was it so low? Things like that.
So those are one of those like catch-22 situations that the fact that we're not reaching those parents, it makes it very difficult to gather information from them of why why they're not responding to the survey. So we've been looking into factors that contribute towards lower parent engagement generally. And a lot of them are things sort of out of the control of the school, right? There's just people are busy, things like that. But yeah, there's an ongoing effort to figure out how we can improve response rates, but it's difficult to probe specifically why individual parents aren't responding to the survey.
Yeah. So, I mean, as an elected official, I'm used to the fact that people are busy and it's hard to get them engaged and get their input in the work that we're doing, as important as that is. And unfortunately, I can't just kind of use that as a reason to stop trying to improve the process. So I noticed that there was an improvement here by moving all of the links to one page. Does that mean that we did not also make these available by paper, or was there a telephone option, anything like that?
So it was an exclusively online survey. There wasn't a paper option. In the past, we had used some phone banking to drive up response rates relative to our distance learning surveys, and especially the early ones related to connection, right? Because if you weren't connecting well, you definitely wouldn't be taking an online survey to tell us that you were connecting well or not. So we used a lot of staff capacity to do that back then. But under current circumstances, staff were sort of overextended. And so it was difficult to find capacity to do phone banking efforts. And we actually didn't get a lot of extra responses through those phone banking efforts in those prior surveys.
Okay. So no paper option either. Okay. So bigger picture, besides that indicator, is the work of delving into the lower response rates going to be done by the research division, or is that somebody else that's going to do that?
I think it'll probably be a collaborative effort between several departments,
Okay.
including us.
Okay, all right. Just noting some of the outliers, right? Latino parent response 14%, English learner parent response 13%. The report didn't say that. I don't know if either of you here from research and analysis know whether those were declines year over year.
We didn't look at, I don't have that information for you here.
Okay, all right. So we're stuck in this interesting situation. We're moving to all online may have increased the overall number, but we may have lost some folks along the way, which is why, I'm thankful that you presented the information the way you did, because otherwise we couldn't, look at these trends about who we might lose. I would hope that you guys explore for next year how to capture some of those folks that we may have lost. I know, for example, when Charles Mack Elementary School principals were talking to us about how they got their parent participation in Synergy up from single digits where it had to be paper-based and it had to be multilingual. And in some communities, that's the only thing that's going to work. It really is worth celebrating that overall number increasing and that success. But we don't want to leave anybody behind. So I really hope that we continue to examine, and I understand staff did a heroic job in creating those phone banks, and that's probably not something that's sustainable. But is there another way to offer a service like that, or an alternative to online only? And one more question, Madam Chair. With late start being in low satisfaction for all three of the groups, how was the question posed? Was that, do respondents mean that school started too late or not late enough?
So there's there's a couple different questions that we asked. So the first would be, please rate the importance of the various items, in a list. And so you see late school start in that list. So that's the first item under importance. And then it was the next question they would get if they had rated that as most important would be the satisfaction question. It would be, please rate your satisfaction with the services provided under the various areas. And then they would see late school start if they had said that it was most important.
Okay, so if you did not rate it as most important, you did not get that second option?
That's right.
Okay, that's interesting.
And you saw that, it was relatively low rated in importance. So those are the sort of satisfaction opinions of a minority of people.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
I had a quick question.
Ms.
Okay.
Albiani, go ahead.
I filled mine out on my computer. Are you capable of doing it? Were you able to do it on a phone?
Yes, so we use SurveyMonkey as the platform to gather survey responses, and it uses a responsive design so that the device that you're using, the elements will move around or resize based on what you're using. So during the development process, our practice is to make sure that it looks fine on a computer, but that we also open it up on our phones and make sure that it's answerable then. And we'd had situations in the past where there was one particular item to choose your school where we sort of used a wide question instead of a long question. And so we'd made a couple of changes around things like that to make sure that things were showing up better on mobile devices.
Thank you.
Mr. Forcina?
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick ones. Earlier today, we had a presentation and there was, and I'll do it real quick. Earlier today, we had another presentation and a statement was made with respect to wanting to get full participation, and I asked for clarification, and the superintendent gave it to me, given that they had discussions with those that didn't participate. Coming to the survey, from my way of thinking, and if you can't answer it, perhaps Craig or Bindi can jump in. I don't understand why it's not 100% for staff and kids, because they're there. Staff attend staff meetings. Elementary, the kids are in class all day. Secondary, they got advocacy classes. So why don't we tell principals our expectation is that there's 100% participation if this is important, which I know it is, but if this is important, then we should be utilizing our ability to get 100%.
So the answer to that is we do, okay? And I think you see the steady increase in numbers. We're not there yet. We have principal meetings 2 days a week. I'll put the numbers up in front of them, but I'm not going to talk about survey fatigue and all that. We continue to improve because we continue to give the numbers to the principals and set the expectation to get towards 100%. We see this in not only just on this survey, but others, FAFSA and those kind of things, and we keep pushing to get them there. We keep improving our rate, and we're just not there yet.
This is not the first year we've done it. I guess I just really have a problem with not understanding why, if this is important, we don't say, and I'm just throwing a date out. On April 13th at 10 o'clock in the morning, in all of our elementary schools, we will be filling out the survey. Just, that's what we're doing. That's the expectation. This is important. This is important data for us, for our planning for you. And on this date at this time, we just expect to give the test or give the survey. Is there a reason not to do something like that?
We haven't said on this date, on this time, you're going to do it. We've said we've continued to give them the numbers, and we've continued to increase those numbers. And at the end of the day, there might be a senior sitting in the class saying, I've been taking this survey for 6 years, 8 years, I'm not going to do it. So, I do pledge that we will continue to show the numbers to people, get them to say, get to 100%. On another matter, different, but FAFSA survey, for example, we've already put out the expectation for the 22-23 school year that by law it's got to be 100%. We're already messaging that. So we continue to do that, and we want to get it more part of our culture. I'll say, instead of saying we have survey fatigue, no, taking surveys and getting feedback is, like Jeremy was saying earlier, an important aspect of our culture. And this is one of the things that we need to do. So I think flipping it versus making it a positive statement, this is the expectation, like you're saying, versus, or you're tired, don't do it. No, we need to do it. And if it means setting a time, we can do that too.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I also especially appreciate receiving the school data that came with the packets as well, and being able to look over specific school data. So I appreciated that. Kind of piggybacking off a couple of things that have been brought up. I know in reaching the Latino parents, I think that one suggestion that I've used in other situations is bringing when those parents come to campus and they're dropping off their kids, having, computers available for them to come in on campus and fill those out. So I know that doesn't necessarily that suggestion doesn't necessarily have to go to you, but if that's just one option that we've done, and just understanding that, culturally we're a communal culture. So we're doing those things together.
If I could for just 1 second,
Mhm.
given the circumstance, again, not making any excuses.
Yeah.
That was done, and that has been done in the past. So hopefully as our schools are opening up, that's exactly because we also extended the amount of time
Mhm.
to Mr. Fortina's point. Maybe we look at a single point in time. Again, we'll work directly with our site administrators and find out what works best. But open house, all those types of things that used to take place. Our folks were doing a lot of, they had computers in common areas in a variety of places and encouraged people, go in and drop yourself down and take 10 minutes and give us the survey. So it is a strategy that we used. We simply couldn't do it this year,
Right.
but that'll come back. We'll
Okay.
certainly do that.
Great, thanks. And then I just had a question in regards to the late start. When I was taking the survey, I was understanding late start as to meaning like Wednesday late start. On Wednesdays we start later, not just starting late in general. So was I incorrect in that?
So by late start, we had intended to convey the notion that school would start later in the day,
Moving
on a
forward.
more frequent basis.
Mhm.
So that could be interpreted that way, but a lot of people in the comments said they wanted school to start at 9 o'clock, at 8:30, especially in middle and high schools, citing a lot of, the sort of understanding of the cognitive development of students is they sleep later at that age, and we're damaging them by having school at such an early time as we traditionally do. So that was the sort of prevailing sentiment from people who were responding that they were dissatisfied.
Okay, okay. Thank you. And I think that was my last question. Yeah, thank you so much.
Mr. Perez.
First of all, I'm not happy with the results. And can you convince me that we have improved in my area 1 or area 3 in the data survey?
We didn't produce reporting by board member area, no.
Oh, that's what's disturbing to me. Geographically, we have some geographical areas and regions, high priority areas, low income, almost more than 95% of our schools are low income, Title I schools. And so it's disturbing to me that we don't have that data. And this board is going to make decisions on funding. And do you know how much this plays into the funding priority? Can you tell me?
I mean, this information is used to determine how schools in the district are going to write the LCAPs, which is
Right.
the services that are going to come from that funding.
And so if my school districts or areas, area 1 or 3, which have the highest low-income populace in a northern district, and if they don't answer, how they get services?
So those individual schools.
Hold on here. I want to know if this individual researcher, with his expertise standpoint, is knowledgeable about and these outcomes are the result of these surveys. And I'm wondering how much weight and this is going to be part of the funding source or funding process.
Right, but
That's my
that's
concern.
not his role.
What?
That's not his role.
Well, he should be knowledgeable about how much it affects these low-income geographical areas.
We all
If
use.
and he's telling me that there's no data on poverty, which I think there is, because of the fact that prior to you coming on board, we had data, socioeconomic data by school on each website of each school and the percentage of students that were low income. And so what has changed prior?
The information he said we
Or-
didn't
and
have.
Where's that data?
The information he said we didn't have was for the parents.
Yes.
The information for the students we have. The information we have by school, by student, all that information is still there. And it was all provided to the board by individual school site. That information is all there.
So
The statement he made was we're not doing a survey and asking individual parents in the LCAP process to provide us with a bunch of information with regards to their economic standing as part of the LCAP process.
So are you saying that there's a difference between a student and a parent, social and economic background?
The parent's background is how a student is identified.
So when parents take the survey, they're anonymously responding. They don't have to provide us with any demographic information at all. That's been a priority in the past. So we don't know for each individual respondent who they are, who their students are. When students respond to the survey, they're required to put in their student ID. And so we know exactly who those student respondents are. And so we can attach all of the demographic information that we have about those students and produce any kind of reporting that we want. For parents, we depend on them to tell us the information.
Do we have, within your research, do we have a demographer? Or are you a demographer also?
I don't know what a demographer is.
I think you mean demographer,
Or
demographer.
Did I say wrong? Yes. Demographer, excuse me.
I would not consider myself that, but I'm not really sure the definition of that.
Okay. Of these surveys, it's my understanding there's 8 objectives or 8 areas that we're supposed to be pursuing, correct? Within the LCAP ACFF?
That sounds correct.
And so like, is there a way that of the needs priorities that we have here by students, parents, and staff, can we group those up according to those those 8 priorities? Because it's my understanding, looking at the LCFF state priorities, it says LEAs are required to address these state priorities as well as any local priorities identified by the LEA and the LCAP, correct? So I'm wondering, are we paying more attention to this survey than the state guidelines? That's what my concern is. Yes, I like this. You did a good job. But when it comes down to funding, we have to meet, or our objectives are those 8 areas. So if you could possibly tell us, board members, you know, like school climate, there's a lot of these are, you can lump into school climate, correct?
Yes, and what, to your point, the only reason that I'm stepping in for Jeremy is Jeremy runs the data and isn't necessarily going to be familiar with, for example, the 8 state, yeah, you might be familiar with the priorities. We do crosswalks in a number of different ways. So we do analyze these with respect to the 8 state priorities. We also do them with respect to our 4 district strategic goals. That's how our LCAP is structured. And we make sure that all of those align. So we do look for the 8 state priorities. It's not a requirement that a school district, you can check every box of all 8. That's not one of the requirements.
That isn't?
It's not a requirement. You don't have to, for example, you don't have to, if we did something and the county is never going to look and say, well, there isn't anything being spent on priority 7. Why not? They've never asked us that question. It's our discretion. Those are guidelines is what those are.
Yes.
And so, but we analyze this through and keep our eye on both the state guidelines as well as our district, our 4 strategic goals. So that's done.
Aren't those 8 objective state guidelines, priority guidelines?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's they're guidelines versus a requirement. We don't,
Okay, can
we
you
don't
tell- okay.
necessarily, so what we do is in the LCAP, we're oftentimes identifying. And don't hold me to it because the template frequently changes, but what we're doing is we are identifying. So if there's an action, we're oftentimes, I'm kind of looking over at Shannon, and I don't mean to put you on the spot in terms of the template, but we're oftentimes identifying. We may say 1, 3, and 7. What that's indicating is which of those priorities that action is aligned to.
Well, okay, I'm looking at the LCFF state priority guidelines for the LCAP. And it says that, you know, local priorities we cannot do this, but I'm wondering how much of priority this, to me, unmet doesn't address the issues in my area because the parents didn't and students didn't answer the survey. So there's a big gap in our research and the priorities for geographically. And I've said that many times since 2012, since Prop 30, when that passed. You know, at one time, again, I would say the priority was staff funding. And I didn't like that. It changed. It's getting better, but not as fast as I like again. And this process is incomplete.
Well,
There
there's,
must be incentives. There's other school districts that get a lot of input from communities of color, poverty, this and that, and they're role models, they're the model programs and all that. We need to study those programs
so
and how they get the feedback.
I can share with you that I'm not being told that certainly could be true.
Mhm.
When we work with the county, what we most frequently hear is we have people asking us how we are conducting our
So what
surveys.
I'm saying, the bottom line, you have other socioeconomic populists dictating where this program money should be going and the priority of funding because they're more astute. They have access to the internet. They only have one job versus these other part of the community are working almost 2 or 3 jobs, which I've told you before.
One of the
They're dictating the
Well,
priority of funding.
One of the things, well, that what we can do is we can look at alignment from region to region.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and
what I
actually
like you
there's
to do.
there's very close alignment from region to region and school to school. But there's something that I've mentioned before, and Christine and Jeremy and I have had this conversation. We haven't pursued it,
Mhm.
but we may, I can't say that we will, which is we have an expectation as a district, and I understand. We would like that every single one of our kids and our parents, every single one, as well as our staff, not only has the opportunity, but actually gives us their feedback. That would be wonderful. It's not going to happen. We just need to understand it's not going to happen.
Well,
I'm
it should happen.
Not making excuses. It's not going to, it will not. If our thinking is it's going to, then we're going to continue to be disappointed. But what we will need to do is continue to expand what we are doing, but there is another way. So if you turn on the television and you're hearing about surveys and you're hearing about polls, those are done on, there's a specific way that they do that. So we could also do a targeted survey where we actually go, and then what we are doing is, I'm way out of my league in terms of how you do that, but that's where we would do 2 things. Everybody could go and do it, but we would go into every one of our schools and say, we need randomly selected so that you get the select group, because that is a way that we could equitably get some feedback from each of those groups. So I'm not making excuses. We'll continue to work on expanding,
Yeah,
but we will never. If every one of our schools, if
But
every
you're
one of our
saying-
schools was Pleasant Grove High School, we would never get 100%.
Well,
We're not.
13%, 10%, those data sets in those areas are unacceptable. And the board should say that. They're unacceptable in order to use as a tool to fund geographical poor areas. And you're saying that we're not going to get that? That's a shame itself, that statement.
I don't think he's
should
saying,
expect-
Mr. Perez, I don't think he's saying we're not gonna get there. I think he's saying it's gonna happen in increments and we have to utilize our strategies and change our exposure to our parents and our outreach efforts and recruitment. Again, that all takes time and process. I just wanted to also, while I'm speaking, do a time check. You are at 10 minutes, so if you can please finalize your comments. I understand your points you're making, and I know they're very valid. But again, I would like to continue on with the presentation and the remainder of your questions, please. So thank you.
2 o'clock. Oh, shit, all right.
Yeah, we
So
are.
I'm not pleased. The Chromebooks are there, internet access, or 21st century job skills training, things like that. There's going to be federal dollars, all that coming down the line. And we should be in the ballpark or in its funding streams. We know that access to the internet was the big problem of our students during the COVID crisis, and it still continues to be. And that should be a big priority. Language issues. there should be incentives to get these individual parents, and also in-service training. There's an engagement, that's parent engagement. That's less than 1% of our budget is not there for student, parent engagement. That's sad. The English language learners, foster youth, their reply is too low. It's not, it's parents 10%. Okay, another thing, census data from parents. Is there census data?
You're referring to the federal census?
Yes, 2020 census data.
So again, that's a separate
Economic
issue, so
disadvantage, where
we need
they're
to
at.
stay on focus.
Well, I'm telling you, okay. Internet answers. When you answer the survey questions, did we get the survey questions? A copy?
I can get you a copy of the
Yeah,
survey
we
questions. if you
need
like.
those, because I'm wondering how you worded when you say there's a low importance, low satisfaction on culturally response instructions. What does that mean? What is that referring to?
The actual item there was phrased slightly differently to make it more interpretable to the groups, and it's very long. I believe it was something to the effect of like instruction and curriculum related to my background or culture. And so we've packaged that for brevity's sake into culturally responsive instruction. But we asked them, so the importance item is please rate the importance of the various priorities below, and then they would see, curriculum and instruction related to my background or culture. And then we would ask them, please rate your satisfaction with currently provided services for these areas, and they would see the same thing.
What about trauma, mental health and trauma? You said I see mental health, but I want to know about trauma. Are people concerned about the trauma?
We didn't ask that as a separate survey
Anything in
item.
that arena, because there's funding for trauma and all that, Department of Education. And we have mental health, but not dealing with the trauma that they are going through right now. Yes, this tool survey does not serve my purpose as a board member to prioritize funding for my geographical area, because bottom line, no parent response, low student response, staff, and also the staff, what percentage of teachers responded versus in that total? Is there a breakout? Because I know teachers for a fact are worried about their health and safety every day because of this COVID. Is there a question can we separate that teacher survey, what their concerns are about? No, it
One
says
moment.
staff. It just says staff.
I believe we asked staff respondents about
Yeah.
their,
Staff priority, importance, and satisfaction. So I like to see, because in a lot of school districts, the big issue is mass and the health and safety. And so is there a breakout we could have by teachers?
so we did ask staff respondents to identify sort of which bargaining unit that they identify with. And so we could give you those responses for EGA.
Yes, that'd be very important to, I think, the other fellow board members. Because at each bargaining unit, because that'll give us insight of what their concerns. And the bathroom issue, that's a big one. I hear kids, they don't go to the bathroom. They have to wait to go home because there's a school climate issue. They're afraid to go to the bathroom, get rat packed, so they go someplace else. All right, thank you. Very good. It's like the end, things are changing, but not fast as we should be.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that a tremendous amount of work goes into the survey from the research department, and we appreciate that. Again, what my colleagues have mentioned as far as comments, looking at ways that we can strategize more outreach. I will go back to the fact that, we are in unforeseen circumstances with the pandemic, right? And so the way we practice things or send out surveys or information prior to this, And I do get to the point of where there's an overload, right? For our students, our families and parents. Sometimes when we click on our phone or click on our computer, it might be another survey. So, I'm trying to look at the way of balancing. And I can speak for myself. It might be a difference of opinion of one of my colleagues, but we're here to service all students. So getting all the feedback from all the school sites and all the surveys of our families, students, and parents are very critical and important. Sure, we all come from different trustee areas, but again, for the betterment of the district, we have to look at the whole district and the entirety of the data and the research. So I know as a team, there was some feedback given and strategies. So I'm looking forward to, continuously that improvement. I do applaud you because there was some increase in the amount of responses, and I think we just have to continue with that outlook. Ideally, yes, we'd like to be at that top number, but for me, as a board member, I know we're going to keep striving and setting the goals, but we want them to be attainable as well. And again, realistically, if that's, I know in the past we tried phone calls, we've done a number of things to get the input or feedback of parents. And then we had the family engagement, back to school nights was mentioned. So again, if we can continue with the outlook to implement this for the next year, looking forward to that. So thank you for your complete presentation and look forward to strategizing ways that we can continue to increase the feedback. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next quick question, one
I
more
just
question.
have a
for
quick
Mr.
question. On this graph here on the bottom, say alternative at 12% for student and parent and so forth. I'm just curious, is that, what does that allude to? So when you got all the high schools and then the bottom one alternative. So I wonder if those are like charter schools.
What slide are you referring to, sir?
9. Right, I'm just curious, so.
So alternative is going to refer to Los Flores, Rio Casadero, Daler,
Okay,
Calvine.
that's what I thought. I just want to make sure that the public hear that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next item is Early Childhood Education Department update, and I'd like to call, I believe it's Anne Regali and Dr. Tabitha Thompson.
So good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tabitha Thompson. As just mentioned, I'm the newest elementary education director supporting our preschool through 6th grade sites.
I'm not Anne Regali. I'm Melissa Stoneman. I'm one of the Mod Severe Special Education Coordinators. Anne Regali is out sick today, so I'm the pinch hitter.
So thanks for this opportunity to really showcase and highlight some of the great things that are going on, not just in the EC department, but also our special education preschool.
So with this slide, you'll see our E4, our graduate profile, our strategic goals. And it's just a reminder that even with our youngest learners in early childhood, we're still staying focused on our graduate profile, on our big core principles and missions within the district.
So our department really is focused around 3 key main areas. The first one being early education experiences for our students. The second being connections, community, and collaboration. And the third main area being expanding and exploring. Within these 3 areas, we're constantly striving to make sure that we're providing high quality programs for our youngest learners, as well as community resources and anything that's new and exciting for our parents and our students. We are exploring and expanding to ensure that we provide the best possible services.
So as a district, we've been providing early childhood education since 1963. Our goal is to support our youngest learners with their language development, socialization with peers, Their pre-academic skills and pre-literacy skills to get them ready for kindergarten. Their development of fine and gross motor skills, so their ability to use the small muscles in their hands as well as their big muscles. Kindergarten readiness skills, so learning how to share, raise their hand, think critically, empathy, their ability to get along with others. And then to just really build that love of school. So developing lifelong learners who are able to be successful. Mostly we want to create that excitement. So when they show up as kindergartners, they have positive feelings and experiences with school and they're excited to be there.
And so aside from everything exciting that happens in our preschool classrooms, there's also some additional benefits of preschool. And that includes the increased number of students with a successful transition to TK and kinder, as well as the social emotional growth that occurs as being a part of a preschool setting, especially with our kiddos that are on an IEP. There's also some health and dental screenings that occur as part of our program. And then also behavior support that comes with being in the classrooms. Our teachers also provide behavior and social emotional learning assessments, as well as educational and school ready assessments. And then on the other side, our parents have the benefits of having parent trainings, workshops, and then also being a part of our advisory groups. So a quick overview of our programs, because there's quite a few happening in our district. The first one is our Head Start program, and it is a federally funded program that serves our 3- and 4-year-olds. It is based on income, and so every year that income guideline is updated and our families are eligible to participate. The second program here within our district is our state preschool program, also referred to as CSPP sometimes. And that is our state-funded program that also serves 3- and 4-year-olds. Again, that is also based on income. Another program within our district is our Title I program, and that is also a federally funded preschool program. And there's no income guidelines for that, the Title I program. However, you must reside in the Title I area.
So in addition to those, we also run a transitional kindergarten program. So that's in the year prior to kindergarten, and it supports kids with, again, acquiring social skills, language development, pre-academic skills. For our 4-year-olds in the year before they enter kindergarten, we run first 5 parent-child play groups. It's high quality play-based parent participation program offered to students in certain zip codes. With really a focus of language and literacy development, social emotional development. This is for students between 0 to 3 years of age. And then we run our special education preschool programs. These are federally funded preschool programs funded with special education dollars. There's no income requirements for it. It's for students who qualify for special education based on an IEP. And then after they get assessed, we place them in one of our programs in the least restrictive environment. We run different types of programs depending on the needs of the students. Many of them are integrated, so we bring in typical peers so kids have that experience, but depending on the needs of the students, the programs are kind of tailored and individualized to the supports that the students need at that level.
And so where are we now? So in this current year, our ECE and special ed department are serving 1,962 students within our programs. Our Head Start program is at 15 sites, serving 396 students. Our state program is at 9 sites, serving 268 students. And our Title I program is at 7 sites, serving 140 students. Our TK students are at 25 sites, 569 students. And then our special education department preschool is serving 589 students in 19 locations. 403 of those students are on an IEP, and there's 180 typically developing peers. So this chart here shows you where our preschool locations are within the district. As you can see, they are located all over the district and all of the different regions.
And this chart here also shows you the 25 different TK locations, again, all throughout the district, all different regions.
And these are our SPED pre-K programs. And again, a variety of different levels and types of programs depending on the needs of students at a variety of locations throughout the district.
And so now let's focus on TK. So as you know, universal TK is upon us. And so as you can see from this chart, next year we will start serving students with the birthday of September 2nd through February 2nd. And as you can see from this chart, by the year 2025-26, all of our 4-year-olds will be eligible to participate in a TK program. Some of the main components of our TK program are that students will receive 180 daily instructional minutes. Our classes will also be staffed with 2 adults, one of them needing to be a credentialed teacher, and so that ratio will be 1:12. We are currently accepting applications at every single school site for TK programs, and to date, we have 603 completed packets. Our initial projections are going to be ready for review, if you will, by mid-March, and our projections from our facilities department indicates that we may be adding between 10 and 12 classrooms. Again, those are strictly based on facilities projections.
So last spring, we came to the board with a presentation about the IEEEP grant, affectionately known as the EAP grant, in which we sought your feedback about a plan to use the old Franklin Elementary School to kind of house multiple preschool, both general ed and special education classes. We heard kind of loud and clear some concerns about the impact that that may have on families and families' ability to access early childhood education services. You know, specifically bringing a large number of early childhood programs to one location in a district as big as ours does make it challenging for families to be able to access those programs. So as a result, we kind of went back to the drawing board with that feedback in mind and gave further consideration to an alternate plan that would really focus on being able to keep kids within their home school or at minimum within their home region. So this would help families, right, who are trying to get multiple kids to school, not have to be driving all over the district, would help transportation needs. And it's just also sensitive to the fact that many families with 3-year-olds may be uncomfortable with the idea of putting a child on the bus for a long bus ride. So having something that's close to home often works better for their family as well. So our staff, we're continuing to work with the California Department of Education to submit a modification to the grant that will happen by this June 2022. The former Franklin Elementary site, it will continue to house our pre-K assessment center. So that's students and families go there for a 1-week period of time during the process where they're being assessed. And they'll have a nice remodeled building there to conduct that work. But then with the EAP grant funds, what we are wanting to do instead is to add inclusion preschools in underserved areas and regions that will contain integrated preschool classrooms. So we want to use our Head Start classrooms and be able to increase their ability to serve students with disabilities in those classrooms. So it'll be kind of a nice transition for many of our students on IEPs who will be transitioning to general ed kindergarten. This will give them an opportunity to have interactions with typical peers. And they'll also we'll have at least one within each region. So that it may not be at their home school, but it'll at least be in their region, which will help with the convenience factor for families. It'll also enable us to serve more students in our district programs by expanding our capacity into Head Start.
And so some additional planning considerations are CDE will have hopefully very soon, a facilities grant application. And this is $490 million that is allocated specifically for LEAs that wish to build in order to expand their TK expansion program. There's also some funding available, competitive funding available for learning grants, and that is to increase the workforce that's related to TK. And so if we have staff that are interested in either getting their multiple subjects credential or their ECE units to be a part of the TK staffing process, those grants would be available. So currently, SCOE, Sacramento County Office of Ed, has applied for that particular grant on behalf of all of our Sacramento County school districts. And then we as a district also submitted our letter of intent to also apply to give our teaching teams 2 different avenues to be able to access those funds. The other pieces that we'll have to think through as a district are the instructional plan. So how are we going to train our teachers, our site admin, and then also the paras that will work in the classrooms with our TK students? There's also an opportunity for us to partner, much like Melissa just mentioned, with our state program and our Head Start programs to do some dually funding of our TK program, and then keeping in mind that our staffing has to be that 1-to-12 ratio. And so there will have to be 2 adults in the classroom, one of them being a credentialed teacher.
Throughout all of this, we want to maintain a focus on connections, community, and collaboration. We want to have continued connections with a focus on social emotional learning, including for our support staff, community and family engagement, and professional learning opportunities for our staff. So this slide talks about our teaching pyramid in primarily our general ed pre-K classrooms, but many of the concepts also apply in our special ed pre-K classrooms. And it kind of serves as the core or the foundation of our preschool programs. It's built on the PBIS model, or the Positive Behavior Intervention and Support model, and incorporates good, high quality early education practices. So we're working on nurturing responsive relationships. That's really that SEL component with our preschoolers, designing high quality supportive environments for them, targeting social emotional supports. And then up at the top of the pyramid, you have those kids who are really requiring the intensive interventions. Did you have anything to add, Kathy?
And the other piece of our teaching pyramid is that there's a parent component. And so there's a 6-week parenting workshop that teaches also parents how to support discipline and behavior in the home. And so that is one of the things that our school social worker provides parents twice a year.
In addition, in our preschool programs, with that, again, heavy focus on the social emotional learning, this just kind of demonstrates some of the curriculum that we use. So we use the Second Step preschool program, and some of the skills that are taught within that program are empathy, emotion management, friendship skills, problem solving, helping kids transition to kindergarten. So again, just really trying to set that foundation to help them get ready for kindergarten in the following years.
And so because we have a heavy emphasis on social emotional learning, there's also some existing staff that support those concepts. We have bilingual family advocates, we have social workers, we have a program educator, a 3K instructor who works primarily with our 3-year-olds, and we have paraeducators that are in the classrooms, and then we also have a parent liaison. So again, aside from all of the wonderful things that happen inside of the preschool classrooms, there's also always an emphasis on community and family engagement. So our parents are able to participate in our policy committee, and that's a parent group that is specifically for Head Start parents that meets once a month. We also have school readiness play groups that support 0 to 3-year-olds, with their parents also being involved in that process. Our programs conduct home visits, and so we're, again, always trying to strengthen that bond between home and school. And then every single month, our parents, our teachers are facilitating parent meetings with our parents, just to make sure parents are in the know about what's going on in the program, and then also in the know about any community resources. We are super excited about Ready Rosie. That continues to be one of the things that our parents are able to access, and that is an online parenting education workshop that again promotes those healthy habits with regard to behavior support. And our Head Start programs complete the family partnership process, which is where they help families to identify either a family goal or a personal goal. And through that process, parents are supported with the necessary resources that they need to achieve that goal. And then lastly, every single month, our parents get monthly parent trainings that are provided to basically make sure that parents are aware of the IEP process, the assessment process, and then any other important topics that may be relevant to parents.
So in terms of our future direction and things, kind of where are we heading? Of course, we want to continue to move forward with the EAP grant. So implementation of the work that we're talking about in terms of expanding our capacity in our Head Start programs to serve students on IEPs. We're going to pilot the pre-K and TK collaboration for our 4-year-old students. We're continuing to explore new preschool sites. And again, with that interest of just being able to bring a wider variety of programs to families in their home school or their home region. We feel like that connection is really important, and to establish that at a young age is ideal. Collaborate with the expanded learning funds. We're going to pilot an electronic sign-in, sign-out attendance process and an online enrollment process that will help make that a little easier for some families. And then utilizing the ASQ, it's the Ages and Stages questionnaire online. And that's a developmental screening tool that we use for our typically developing preschool students that helps identify those students who may have a need for some additional support, whether it's through our PBIS pyramid that we talked about a little bit earlier, or maybe it's they need to go through the assessment process for an IEP. So by engaging in a developmental screening questionnaire with all of our students, we're helping to catch those students early so that we can do early intervention where it's needed. And that's currently in a pilot phase now.
And so in our focus on TK implementation, the month of February was spent meeting with all of our TK teachers just to get their ideas and start to brainstorm on any of those topics that we might need to flesh out a little bit more. This month, we are going to start facilitating district level committee level meetings with our TK teacher leaders, and then also intending to distribute a parent survey just to get some feedback from parents on the TK expansion. April will draft the TK expansion plan. Again, that will include that learning plan for site administrators, paras, as well as teachers. And in May, we'll be seeking feedback from all of our stakeholders on the draft of that plan. And then we'll be coming back to you for approval of that plan, as well as feedback, and as well as completing the CDE survey that needs to be completed as a part of this process. And then we'll welcome our additional TK students in July and August.
So where we're heading specifically in pre-K, we're increasing the number of inclusive preschool classrooms, expanding our special education preschool classrooms, in particular in the Valley and Florin regions. So, you know, what we notice when we look at the district as a whole is that we have a lot of programs centralized in particular regions. And so over the last year or two, we've started making a very concerted effort to bring programs into regions where we have a lack of programs. And so in particular, that's the Valley and Florin region. So we've been intentional about trying to get facilities in those areas. Prioritize the provision of a full continuum pre-K special education services in each region. So what that means is, as I kind of explained earlier, we have different levels of preschool classrooms depending on the needs of students. And where we're seeking to head is to have each of those kind of levels of programs within each region. So that'll make it really easy for a student and a family if they need to move up or down a level to be responsive to their individual needs, they won't have to move all the way across the district and experience quite the same level of disruption. Ideally, they're all on the same campus, which makes them move nice and easy, but at minimum, keeping them within the same region so the impact on students and families isn't as great when we do have to make programmatic changes. And then continuing regular trainings with staff and parents to maximize support and instruction on evidence-based practices. So as we continue to increase our partnership with our general ed pre-K counterparts, like ensuring that training is happening so that both the special ed teachers and the general ed preschool teachers feel equipped to meet the needs of all students within the scope of the preschool programs that we're offering is really important to us. And that'll require some regular ongoing training.
And so in conclusion, again, thank you for the opportunity to really highlight what's going on, the goodness that's going on in our ECE and our special ed, especially preschool programs. And so we'll continue supporting those early education experiences through, again, that collaboration piece, connections and community involvement, and continue to explore and expand so that we make sure that we have successful outcomes for our youngest learners. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to call on Ms. Nguyen for any question or comments.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I just have a question about on slide 9, when we list which schools receive Head Start, state, or Title I funding. I don't really know how to word my question, but basically, like, what is the difference between, a school like Florin that is applicable in all 3 programs versus one that might only get Head Start?
I had a hard time hearing you, but I think you're asking maybe the difference between the programs?
Kind of the difference, but also like, what are the differences that we would see between schools that have all 3 programs versus only one?
So the difference is all of the kids are still receiving preschool. The added bonus sometimes for our Head Start program is that they have a parent component. And so we have to do those parent advisory groups, the parent trainings and things like that. But our state and our title programs are able to benefit from our school readiness team. And so that's another level of funding through First 5 that permits those that community involvement piece to still support the schooling that's going on in the classroom. So in essence, what we hope is that all the kids get what they need in the classroom, and then every parent is always invited to that parent engagement piece.
And so depending on which program is at each of these schools, does that affect how large the preschool size is at that school?
Are you meaning sizes in terms of students?
Yes.
So all of our programs do have ratios. And so our programs are anywhere between 20 and 24 kids.
And I do actually have a question about that because I know, you stated we want that 1 to 12 ratio. And are you anticipating staffing shortages when it comes to trying to find enough people to fill those positions?
Honestly, yes. So there is a concern about the workforce, and it's not specific to TK. I think that our state has unfortunately, don't have teachers entering the teaching preparation programs like they did years and years ago. And so that's why you'll see some of the funding that's coming out of CDE to really entice teachers to come, especially teach our youngest learners, because there's some extra things that are needed besides their credentials. They have to have those ECE units. And so there is a lot of funding being pushed down the pipeline to make sure that we can try and get as many qualified teachers as much as possible.
Okay.
So I will say to that, so things like the recruitment fair this weekend are ways that we're really trying to push and make sure that we're fully staffed for next year.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Ms. Albiani?
First of all, welcome, Dr. Thompson. We're happy to have you. I was privileged to be on the group that interviewed you, and I'm very excited about the qualifications and the experiences you bring to help expand our program and the connection. So I think I went and toured a preschool. And I think anybody who hasn't done that, that is the best way to get a hold of it. It is just amazing what they do. And there's so many different components to it. And the, before COVID, the family meal together, learning how to eat together, so many social aspects getting addressed. Really, my only concern, and am I hopeful as these continue to expand, we can expand their parent participation. And I hope when you've come to our district, you've brought some new ideas for us to try and some things in that department. But it's very exciting. I have received letters from parents that were very upset when their children unfortunately got moved and then got moved all the way across town and off campuses. So I appreciate the attention to trying to provide that consistency, because I have heard from parents across the district about that being an issue in their homes. And so I appreciate how responsive you're being to their needs, and thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Well, I didn't know you were new, but welcome aboard. And this topic, this area is hits home for me personally, because I have a 3 years old and a 4 years old. So they literally participating in these programs. So you can imagine it's I'm living through this. So I have some point of clarification, questions and comments, just for myself and for the people at home to understand better, because I think there's a lot of information here that are great, but just try to put in perspective so that it's simple to understand. So we have multiple programs, and my understanding is that we going to put all these programs into our Franklin Elementary site in the future, correct?
So that was the original proposal for our grant funds when we
Okay.
originally wrote the grant. And we brought that idea to you guys last spring for some feedback. And what we heard, and it really resonated with us, was about the idea of the impact that that would have on families, right? To really centralize all of our pre-K programming in one location of the district. And so we're not going to be bringing all of our preschool programs to Franklin Elementary. We're going to be using those grant funds to work on building up our inclusive Head Start preschool programs instead. And just our assessment center, which is currently located at Donner Elementary, just that will be located at Franklin. And that's a 1-week program where we assess students for an IEP, our preschool students.
Okay. And given the fact that our Elk Grove Unified School District is such a big district that cover multiple cities, so family and myself, I would assume there's a lot of family out there that have 3, 4-year-old, together. So our current situation is that our daughter is going to be attending from noon to the late evening, and then our son is in the morning till the afternoon, like at 2. So I wonder if there any way to give us more options so that the kids will be going at the same time, even or at least only an hour overlap, instead of that big gap where your day is completely taken away from you as parents. I think that could be very difficult. So I think myself, my wife, and the rest of the parents out there that are in this situation will be greatly appreciated if those options are provided, and so that we are allowed to choose those options. I think that would be very helpful going forward. So with that said, I just think it's great teaching programs. I think my son has benefit tremendously. He is a early autistic child, but with the early finding and development, I see so much growth and improvement. I think he's going to do great. And I encourage anyone who's watching that, maybe, they need their kids to be assessed. I think I'm encouraged, 100% to get it done, and it's to get help because it's great program that Elk Grove Unified School District's providing. So don't lose out on the opportunity. So thank you for all the work, and we'll continue to work with you guys, all ladies. Thank you. Have a good day.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. Welcome, Dr. Thompson. Can you just clarify for me, has the enrollment period closed for TK? No? Is that because we're not officially closing it till the start of the school year? Or?
Never closed.
There
So
we go.
absolutely, they can always still register.
Mhm.
What we wanted to do was try to get an initial projection. So we did ask and try to push for most of those applications to come in by the 24th.
Mhm.
However, you can still walk up to any school site and they will absolutely still take your application.
Okay, so our big push, if you will, is over, at least that last one. Okay. And did I hear you right? You said about 630 applications?
I checked on Friday and we were at 603.
You were at
So yes,
603.
very much increasing every single week.
Okay, but not too far from the number we're currently serving, right? You said 569 currently.
Correct. But facilities has projected that we will get a bump. There are some families right now that aren't thinking about enrollment. But typically late July, beginning of August, when the big kids go back to school, they'll suddenly go, oh yeah, my little's got to go too. So we do anticipate that there will be some families that connect with us in probably early August. And so we're anticipating for that number to go higher.
Okay, well, now you just brought up another question for me. Are these on the traditional calendar or the on the year-round calendar? It depends by site?
Depends by site, but most of them are modified traditional or traditional.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. Okay. I was going to ask you, when will hiring take place? And gosh, if we're expecting a bump in July or even August, that makes it even more difficult. But I assume we're expecting we're going to need more TK teachers above the number we have now.
We are expecting the number of classes to increase. There's some movement around different grade levels. And so we're working really closely with HR to balance out. There are some other teachers that have not taught TK before or kinder, and they may be interested. And so all of that balancing is part of the collaboration that we have to do with HR.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's going to be, I guess there's going to be an unprecedented demand right now this year for TK teachers, right? Every district in the state is implementing the same mandate. So I guess I'm wondering and hoping what we can do to give ourselves an edge in hiring. And I hope we do everything possible to expedite that. And, you know, our teachers union has been willing to work with us in the past so that we can be more competitive in attracting folks earlier. So just know that, you know, we're happy to think out of the box if there's a way to do that.
Ms. Chair, just as one point of context is, there is going to be a movement of kids from one program to another, not necessarily more kids. So there's kind of a balance there in that, and then we're going to have a conversation down the road is, do we start to serve younger kids? Because many of the kids that we may be serving in TKs are participating in a different version of school with us. So there's some of that is part of what we got to figure out. So it's like you say, it's really complicated,
Yeah.
and who's going to serve where is part of the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, there is that flow of pre-K to TK, but also that additional, 3 months, 4 months of eligibility. Okay, so last question for me, and I don't know if this is you or a Rob Pierce question, but what is the plan to address the additional 10 to 12 classrooms that might be needed?
So the staff and facilities, great question. For the coming year, we're going to be okay. But in the out years, as TK continues to grow, as will Universal Preschool, we're going to have some facility needs. So coming year will be fine with regard to existing facilities, but in the out years, we're certainly going to have to plan and apply for funding for additional facilities.
Okay, and I guess I'm wondering, do you foresee us having and I know the regs for the state TK program aren't even out yet, but are we going to have time to build a traditional expansion, or do you foresee us having to do something like modular?
I think once we get through this initial, I'll just call it growth, if you will, with the program expanding, we're going to have to certainly roll our sleeves up and look at time. I think will be okay, but we definitely have to get to work on the planning, the design, and the construction of those facilities, as you well know. For me, one of the bigger issues is physical space on campuses, because so many of our schools literally don't have room for an additional pre-K or TK program. They have pretty strict needs similar to kindergarten. Obviously, preschool has its own. So that's going to be the more challenging piece for me. But we'll definitely have to get to work soon so that we can meet the timing for the 23-24 year and beyond.
Yeah, I know with the current project in Elk Grove High, we've had to move up to build upward to a second story. Do you foresee us having to do that as well to meet this demand?
It could be. I don't want to start too many rumors on that front, but that could definitely be a solution. It's going to be a challenge. And we heard the board loud and clear with regard to Franklin Elementary,
Mhm.
but that was one of those advantages. So we will, we're going to have to also look at schools that have the physical footprint to add additional facilities.
Yeah.
It's going to be a challenge.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Madam Chair, that's all for me, and I actually had a hard stop at 3 to get to my next meeting, so I'm going to have to miss consent calendar. Thank you both.
Thank you. Mr. Frisina?
Good afternoon. My first couple of questions are going to be in areas that we've talked about before. And it would be update. What are you doing now that's different from what you've done in the past to increase parent participation in the parent training programs that are made available?
So due to the pandemic, we've had an opportunity to do some things virtually. And so that's been a little bit more convenient for our parents to be able to participate. And so our teachers are reporting that they are getting a bit of a larger crowd for their monthly meetings because of the virtual pieces. Our school readiness team also is making sure that things go out electronically. And so parents are getting those notices, the newsletters, and the calendar every single month so that they can participate in some of those things that are happening.
Given the importance of parent education in those programs, and I have pretty extensive background in the area, what are the primary reasons that you speculate that you don't have strong attendance at parent education?
I think it's a number of things. Parents are busy with work. There may be older kids that they have to attend to. So I think parents probably are coming with a couple different obstacles. I think it's really different for each family. I do know that when they do finally make it to a parent training, that they are very engaged and they are often giving us positive feedback that they're glad that they came and the information that they received is very valuable for them.
Okay, because I know I'm preaching to the choir, that the parent education that we provide is equally important as the service we provide to the kid, because the whole purpose of that is to assist the parent in understanding how they can work with their child and work with the system. With respect to attendance, and I know we've had open positions in the programs, where are we today?
Are you referring to student attendance? And so student attendance for all of our programs, we are not being held, if you will, to the same levels because of the pandemic, and there's the flexibilities because of the pandemic. There's some flexibilities in knowing that families have things going on with quarantining and COVID and that sort. So our programs are, again, continuing to always emphasize the importance of attendance. We're doing our phone calls. If kids are absent, we're still sending the attendance letters just to remind parents that we are available if they need support and things like that. But our attendance definitely took a bit of a hit this year, as expected, just because of COVID. So we're hoping that next year that we'll continue to see those really high levels of attendance again.
Okay. The next two questions are for Rob and only because Rob got up. Had you not gotten up, Rob, when you address the issue of construction for TK, given the limited funding that's available, and actually probably more accurate to say no funding that's available unless the bonds get approved, will the need for TK construction conflict with the need for the construction of new elementary school sites?
So, if there's been one good indicator with the history of the school funding program and the state funding is that it more than likely won't be enough, and that some level of match will be required of the board. You do have a couple of options to you. But at the end of the day, those options are also both available for new schools, so it could certainly have an impact on that.
And would the match be out of general fund?
I wasn't even going there. So that would be yet a third option, but it could certainly be from developer fees in terms of growth. We can make that argument. And also Fund 49, which is your Mello-Roos, but both of which are utilized to fund new school construction as well.
Okay. And approximately how much of the Franklin site is going to be used as an assessment center? And are there plans for the remaining space?
So I don't want to speak and misrepresent how much will be needed for the assessment center, but the additional space at Franklin that's not being utilized for assessment, our plan is that we would locate administrative support staff at that location. We are bursting at the seams in this building, so that, as you know, through your ESSER plan and other means, we have additional staff. So the long-term plan is that we would relocate administrative support to that location. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. In terms of the assessment center, it's one building with some testing rooms and kind of a centralized classroom space that would be used for the children to participate, and then some office space for staff that work there and write assessment reports and things like that. So it's not a significant amount of space.
So that you're going to use the space up front then of the school site?
Pardon me?
You'll be utilizing the office area and the space that goes with that surrounding area?
Correct. As part of the construction from the grant fund, we have funds to be able to build the new facility where the assessments will be taking place. So the building where students will be. And then we'll use one of the existing classroom space for some office space for staff.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Perez. Can you speak to your microphone so they can hear you?
What page did you have staffing on? Was it page 16? Page 16?
Are you talking about the existing support
Yes, could you
staff?
put page 16, please? Can you put that on?
This one?
Oh, okay. I was looking over here. Okay. I didn't see. No, that's 20. Page 16, 16. Page 16. All right. Instructional plan. You have teacher professional development plan, principal professional development plan. Why not have a paraeducator professional plan? Because who's going to be working with those particular teachers in that classroom?
You're absolutely right. And so in my actual talking points, I did mention that the professional development plan would cover the teaching staff, the credentialed teaching staff, the paraeducator that's going to support the classroom, and then also site administrators, which could include principals, vice principals.
So you're gonna
APCs.
add paraprofessional to this? And how many positions will be in this particular arena?
We're not sure yet. Again, we're still taking applications for TK, and so it's going to be based on the completed applications.
Well, I prefer, and someplace you also had, you brought up the ratio of teachers to pupils. I thought I saw 12-1. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you mentioned it was 24 in another conversation.
Different program.
So
Different program? Okay, so I would like, and I think we could fund this, is that, is it gonna be an AM and PM, no more than 4 hours in this instructional model? How long is the program for pre-K? Is it-
So for preschool, there are different hours, but if you're asking specifically for TK.
Yeah, pre-K.
The
new one.
Transitional kindergarten,
Uh-huh.
CDE has said that you have to provide 180 daily instructional minutes.
How many?
180.
108, what's that equivalent to? How many classes?
It's equivalent to 3 hours.
3
So
hours,
Our kiddos
okay,
will be there for
great.
3 hours.
So, and you say 12, and how many teachers, are they gonna teach an AM and PM or what? I can't visualize that.
There's a potential for them to teach an AM and a PM. Again, it just depends on how many completed applications we receive
Uh-huh.
and how much staffing will be needed.
Okay. So that's not settled yet, you're in the process, okay, I understand. The assessment center, I'm still concerned about. Now, is that assessment center at Franklin Elementary going to be district-wide or geographically going to serve a geographical area over there on the west side?
So currently, the plan for the assessment center is that it would serve the needs of the whole district.
Uh-huh.
But again, it's not a place where kids attend on a regular basis. It's a 1 week period of time
Right.
where they come for kind of an extended assessment period.
Orientation.
Right. And then if they're determined to be eligible for future services on an IEP, then we would give them a placement, and that placement would be much closer to their home.
Okay, I support that, but yet, how are they gonna get from all the way over here, who's the last school here in Rancho Cordova, I mean, not Rancho Cordova. Out here way in Wilton, they're gonna come cross town all the way over there, correct? For a week.
Right. I mean, that's how it works for most families. Again, it's only for a week period of time. We do have the capacity. I mean, we have elementaries that have assessment teams. So if we were to have a preschool family who had challenges with getting to the
Right.
Franklin Center, we do have some other options and resources to be able to assess that student.
Right.
But for the majority of our families, given that it's such a short period of time, they're usually able to work. with
And
us.
it's gonna be up to the,
Go with them and stay there with them because they're so little.
okay, so it's gonna be the parent responsibility to take them to and from the school every day, correct?
For the week that they're at the assessment center. And then once they were in a placement, if they were determined to be eligible for a special ed placement, oftentimes transportation is offered
Uh-huh.
for those students, depending on if, where they're placed relative to their.
So
home.
is there any talk about any other model we could do assessment at some other particular locations?
I think at this time, our needs don't require a second assessment center. I mean, if at some point we continue to grow, it's something that we could look at. And I think certainly we would have an interest in putting it somewhere other than Franklin Elementary, right, to be accessible to families. But at this time, we only have the need for one facility, given the number of kids that we assess.
Okay. Well, I, I prefer that, make it more convenient in a central location, maybe right by Jesse Baker Elementary School and that big old, is it transportation warehouse up there converted or something? It's much closer. Centralized, I think, too. Okay, Now, I like the fact on page 22, you said you're gonna do some home visits. And do you have also, I didn't see parent resources for parents, a website, you're gonna have something like that for the parents in this preschool program, pre-K?
Yes, and so with our new revised Elk Grove Unified District, we actually have our own tab. And so
Mhm.
parents can access resources through the district webpage. Teachers also provide information. And so when they see parents as they're picking up and dropping off, paper versions of community resources are often given as well. And then parents, or excuse me, teachers are also using electronic forms
Right.
as a way to make sure that they're constantly communicating with our parents.
Another, you mentioned you have social workers, teacher, pyramid, or the program. What about, a lot of our families need a lot of social services. Where would they get that at? At the school site? Like, resources like food stamps, WIC referrals, things, is that kind of things that you'll be doing there, or early childhood nutrition program like that? Are we?
So we wouldn't necessarily be signing families up for food stamps or things like that, but we could definitely refer them to Department of Human Assistance for that information.
Staffing, what's the criteria in setting up these 6 or 7 areas, new sites?
I'm sorry, which new sites?
You mentioned you're gonna have 6 or 7 sites. And what's the criteria to selecting those sites?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which new site you're referring to.
Which slide are you on, Mr. Perez?
What?
Which slide are you on?
I did write down the slide, but what do you call, but you mentioned in your presentation, you're gonna have 6 or 7 new sites.
Are you
District
talking,
wide.
are you talking about TK?
Yes.
The TK sites, I think is what he's referencing.
So TK is already at 25 sites.
Uh-huh.
And so the chart maybe that you're referring to, it was just showing where we're currently at. We'll be basing new sites if needed, based on, again, that enrollment that's coming in as we speak.
But okay, some page I have, well, I rewrote this one. You have selected 6 or 7 new sites. Okay, think about that.
If
Okay,
you find out
also-
where you got that information, send it to me and we'll get it to you, Mr. Perez.
So how are you engaging in the parents in the Florin Valley area to participate in the program?
So their engagement is much like across the other regions. And so again, teachers are using emails. They're seeing parents every day to be able to give community resources. And then our district webpage is always updated with any information that parents may need to make sure that they are aware of all the parent trainings and workshops and things that are available to them as parents of our program.
One of you said there's a lack of programs. I agree. So if there's lack of programs, is that a criteria in order selecting those 6 or 7? Unmet need, in other words.
I think I was the one that mentioned
Yes.
in regards to special education programs that when we look at the distribution of our programs across the district, that we're not as heavily, we don't have as many self-contained and special education classes in the Valley and Florin regions as in other areas of the district.
I agree.
And so that has been kind of a concerted effort over the last year or two, and we'll continue to bring programs into those regions so that families who have students who require self-contained programs who live within those areas don't have to have their kids, on the bus for quite as long. And that when they need to go to the school site, it's much closer to their home.
Now, if a
Just
parent
giving you a
asks-
reminder, Mr. Perez.
What?
I'm just giving you a reminder. You've been around 10 minutes, so if you can please finish your comments, your questions.
So you mentioned that parents, or I'm not sure, I would jump into conclusion. If parents request you mentioned something regarding full inclusion or something like this. Now, if they request full inclusion of their student with special needs to have services at their school, we have to comply with that, correct?
Well, so at the it's a little like, if you're talking about the elementary level, right,
Right.
which is where we offer full inclusion services.
Right,
It's not entirely parent request, it's an IEP team decision.
right.
So if we have a parent who comes to an IEP meeting requesting full
Mhm.
inclusion services for their student at their home school, the IEP team needs to have a conversation about whether that student's needs, that if that's the best way for that student to receive educational benefit. For some students it is, and for some students they may require a different type of programming. And so that's for the IEP team to have that conversation and come up to a consensus about what's best for that student.
But the bottom line, it's less, what's the word, less restrictions, correct?
Less restrictive.
Restrictions.
Well, that, yes and no. It depends on the individual needs of the student, right? So what we try to do is match the appropriate programming to the needs of the student, and that really is the least restrictive environment for that student. But for some students who may have like a paraeducator glued to them all day long and, you know, helping them with every little thing, that may not be the least restrictive environment for that particular student. They may be able to demonstrate more independence in a different type of environment, like one of our self-contained programs. So we can't make a global statement as to what type of program is more or less restrictive, because it's really about matching the
Individual,
program to
individual.
the needs
Yeah,
of the
okay,
student.
IUP, okay, I understand that. What about the English language learners? You did at assessments, what would happen to them? After,
Yeah, well, they get assessed in their home language.
right,
And so, you know, then they're determined to either have a disability or not have a disability based on the assessments that we receive. The results of the
no,
assessment.
English language learner doesn't have a disability, he just needs some training.
She's speaking to is
Education.
that there are English language learner students who may also need.
Oh, I see what
special-
you're
That's
referring to.
what she's
Yeah, okay, I
speaking to.
understand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure of that. Okay, but standing up for English language learners, okay, so they're not all special ed.
Oh, no, no.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, clarify that. Well, you have a big task in front of you. You're doing an excellent job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have no further questions at this time.
I would just like to say thank you for your presentation. Welcome to the district, a familiar face I see, Dr. Thompson. And again, I'm very familiar with pre-K, proud product of it myself here in the district, and also a former employee in the district here and pre-K. So I know that there's different guidelines and requirements for different programs such as Head Start, Title I, state. But I'm happy to see the expansion for TK, hopeful. And I'm sure you may possibly, if you continue enrollment fall, I'm just thinking in pre-K right now, we have a wait list. So I'm not sure how that will work, you know, in the out years, but hopefully everybody can be accepted with the expansion of new facilities if needed for those classrooms. And so thank you for the presentation and being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is consent item. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items A through F on the consent agenda.
I
So
move.
moved.
Okay,
Moved.
second.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, second by Mr. Forcina. Conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina. Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
myself, and Ms. Tritis Espinoza is not here. And at this time, I would like to thank everybody for attending the meeting, and I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 3:25. Thank you.